Sourback barks at the enforcers gathered before you. His lordship, the rogue trader, wishes to handle the investigation personally. Lord Captain, the three officers before you have been tasked with conducting the investigation. The first, Captain Klein, is a veteran with a record of quelled uprisings of mutant abominations in the colonies. Captain Ginevri is young, but she has already preempted several mutinies among the ship's rabble. Lastly, there is Captain Hratko. His interrogation skills deserve credit, and he knows how to instill fear and respect firmly in the minds of the riffraff. You notice the enforcers exchange a few astounded glances and throw their shoulders back. Apparently, they are not used to standing so close to figures as renowned as you. After carefully assessing the officers' bearings and their uniforms, Abelard nods with satisfaction. Their drilling is good. Their service records are excellent. Let's see how they perform in the field. What are your findings thus far? We've discovered a worker's corpse, mutilated and desiccated. We are still looking into the man's identity and position, but the chirurgeon's report has confirmed that among all the blood that was pumped into your bath chamber, the blood-carrying mutations was indeed his. The workers from the nearby decks have all been checked for generic aberration, but the mutations identified are all within the norm for laboring masses. They are being rounded up for interrogation as we speak. Okay. I cannot help but notice all the looks of awe. Is my presence going to distract you from your duties? On the contrary, your lordship, your presence inspires us. Captain Ginevri's cheeks redden. Your lordship, I hope you do not take this as insolence, but I am a great admirer of yours. I've read the fictionalized account of your deeds many times. According to my data repository, the term fictionalized is typically applied to texts whose knowledge dissemination potential is negative. Ah, Shireen, perhaps I'll travel with you, and they'll write about me as well. I want a novel about the adventures of the fearless Jay Hidari, who skillfully bestows a bullet's kiss on any ashmank who stands in her way. Jay toys with a lock of hair, a wistful expression on her face. Uh, I'm flattered. Now let's get back to business. Yes, Lord Captain. I'm ready to answer them. Even taking into account the neighboring decks only, that constitute hundreds of people. How do you plan to question them all? Our interrogation techniques are broad and varied. However, nothing loosens the tongue like corporeal punishment. Beatings, mutilations, torture, public executions. Saurback almost purrs as she lists ways of making people suffer. When combined with psychological pressure, such methods work wonders. Do they, though? Like, man. You know, Warhammer 40k is always, like, fun because it's grimdark, but man, one of the things that just doesn't make sense is just like, yes, our approach is to just beat the shit out of everything that breathes. Like, oh. And that's been smart for you? Are you sure? Sorry, I gotta just step away for a moment here. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Um, it's... It is inhumane. I order that you remove... you immediately cease using these barbaric methods. Lord Captain, these methods may be brutal, but their effectiveness has been proven over centuries of practice. No criminal will confess if you ask them politely. But if you shatter their finger and courteously remind them how many unshattered bones they still have left in their body, that is a different conversation altogether. That is how the truth is born. Isn't that, like, completely false, though? Isn't it a proven thing that, like, in torture, like, a lot of the times torture doesn't work because they'll just tell you whatever you want to hear? I have faith that the Master at Arms is capable of finding other methods of seeking out the truth. Sarvak's glove creaks as she grips her maul. Her gaze remains cold and calm. As you command, Lord Captain. Do you have any working theories? Mutants are plotting. Klein spits in disgust. They've been breeding like void rats, so they're getting cocky. Must have wanted to infect your lordship with their plague. It wasn't an attempt on the Lord Captain's life, it was a threat. The rabble are planning a revolt, so they're trying to terrorize us. Soon you will drown in blood. Insurgents pride themselves on such metaphors. Meanwhile, Captain Hratko is convinced that it was the work of Voitvyr's surviving cultists. However, I believe this to be a warning rather than a threat. What we need to establish is who is trying to warn us and of what. What do you propose we investigate first? The body. Once we have ascertained the dead man's identity, we'll be able to locate his associates and narrow down the number of suspects. Captain Klein is in charge of examining the corpse. The body was discovered on a suspended platform not far from the room with the armillary sphere. Take a left once you're out of the mess hall, your lordship, and go along the balcony. The corpse is on the next platform after the one holding the Infernus Guild old suspects. I'll show you around the scene once you're there. Infernus Guild suspects? Yes, your lordship. They are undergoing interrogation like all the rest. The scum refused to comply, so they were isolated on a separate platform. The Inferni are a rotten bunch. They must be involved in this. Captain spits contemptuously. Aha. Then let us begin. My people are at your disposal, Lord Captain. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna trust the people whose entire method of thinking is, if I just break your legs, and then your knees, and then your hands, and then your face, you'll eventually tell me the truth.
Seize the moment.
It doesn't sound very useful.
Stay sharp.
You're obstructing the investigation, esteemed tech priest. I require the information stored by this machine spirit. If you refuse to cooperate, petition rejected. A malady has befallen the machine spirit of the honored master cogitator Iota IIIB. Unauthorized anguish will worsen its condition and impede treatment. I will not stand for such acts of brutality against the Great Elder. I'll show you brutality, you blasted cog. What's going on here? Greatly esteemed tech priest Adroveta Phi does not seem to realize the importance of investigative action and refuses to grant anyone access to the Master Cogitator. Androveta Phi's mechadendrites creak as they bow before you. Exalted ruler of the vessel, I mean not to harm, but to protect. I merely care for the machine spirit's health. It has fallen ill of late, and now its temper is worse than ever. If the laywoman starts torturing it now, the venerable spirit may take offense and leave us forever, taking the logs of the lay people's toils with it. This must be prevented. This statement is true. The incident catalog on this vessel contains no less than 12 instances of grievous loss of data due to disrespect shown to the machine spirit by unauthorized units. Ginevri, why do you seek access to the malfunctioning cogitator? The work logs are on it. They might contain important information that will lead us to our suspect. I have faith you'll figure this out. You guys seem like you totally know what you're doing. Everine and Draveta Phi offer you a mannerly bow before immediately resuming their tempestuous argument.
Venture forth. Marching ahead.
The worker's ruined body lies in a waxen pile on the platform. His face is crushed, his throat open, and his body riddled with cuts and lacerations. Above it stands Captain Klein, the dim light filling the lines on his forehead with shadows that bleed down his furrowed brows and into the pits of his eyes. The scalpel in his hand trembles faintly. It might look human, but what's inside it is all wrong. Unholy, irredeemable, wrong. Have you started the autopsy yet? I have, but the furrows on the enforcer's face deepen. I will get back to it in just a moment, your lordship. Is something the matter? You look pale. Klein hesitates, avoiding your gaze. I suppressed a dozen mutant revolts on Dargonus for Lady Theodora. I've torn the freaks to pieces myself, but to open one up, to sink my hand into their impure guts, infested with the mutant light, I have seen this aberration utterly pervert the human form. The thought of it touching me, disgusting, infuriating, but I will overcome this. You will indeed, Captain. If you like, I can recite a few paragraphs from the regulations to enthuse you. Coal-black fear colors his soul. I doubt it can be cast off by mere force of will. Hand me that scalpel. I will perform the autopsy. You record the findings. So I think this is his brain. Sir, you just cut his hand. Ah, yes. The skin and bones part, and the stench of rancid meat hits your nostrils. Klein empties his stomach over the deck railing. Fighting the urge to vomit yourself, you peer at the vile mass of subhuman entrails. Vestigial ingrown arms wrap around what look like the vile semblances of familiar organs interlaced with scaly, bile-colored sacs. Your knowledge of Xenos is enough to infer that the murdered man may have been subject to Xeno influence. True human form has not simply been distorted, but mixed with something strange, something profane. It is as if you are dissecting a seed that should have evolved into something more complex and alien. Wait a minute. Vestigial ingrown arms. Scaly bile color. Ooh. That's not good. Do I have fucking gene stealers on my ship? Inspect the wounds. Judging by the damage, the most brutal wounds were administered posthumously. Over the top of these inflicted while the victim was alive. It is as if someone deliberately wanted to make it harder to identify the victim and his cause of death. The truth is, the killer acted quickly and with surgical precision, then suspended the body upside down to drain its blood. Investigate the entrails. The twisted abnormality of the mutant's insides make you wonder if he can even be considered human at all. As you probe deeper, your hand finds something lodged in the victim's gullet. Someone has stuffed a black feather into the man's throat. A certain legend springs to mind. One involving Saint Quirine, who was granted a portent of enemies hiding among the faithful. When Quirine prayed to the emperor for a sign that might reveal the traitors, a raven's feather burst out of her mouth to inscribe the names of the conspirators. Only someone versed in the symbology of the Imperium could have left such a message. Aha. Look for identifying marks. With some difficulty, you were able to discern a mark on his neck, almost ruined by the wound across his throat. It is a tattoo of a skull with a valve in its mouth and a string of letters and numbers encircling it. SP-24601. Toss the scalpel away. I have finished the autopsy. The enforcer offers you a rag soaked in disinfectant. That was gross. I'm gonna go throw up some more. Your lordship, I must commend your fearlessness and insight, and apologize for my weakness of spirit. My shameful fear prevented me from doing my duty. It will not happen again. You know, until I need to vomit again. Shame on you, Captain. An officer's duty is to be a support to the Lord Captain, not the other way around. If that burden is too great for you, you should consider resigning. I speak plainly, veteran to veteran. A modicum of sympathy is buried deep within the seneschal's ruthless words. That will do, Captain. We all have our foibles. The enforcer dips his head deferentially. You've been a model of fearlessness and competence. I will aspire to follow your example. Someone tried to conceal the victim's identity and cause of death. Klein takes a closer look at the precise wounds you indicated, almost undetectable beneath the mutilation. You have a keen eye, your lordship, but why would someone do that, then leave the body in plain sight? They could have just disposed of it. There has to be something more to this whole bloody business. Bloody business. You turn your attention to the floor around the corpse. There's no spatter, no gobs of flesh, no bloody footprint, and fortuitously tracking into the dark. And yet you know there is no way to butcher a corpse like that without getting dirty at all. Someone stuffed a feather down his gullet, a reference to the legend of Saint Quirine, whatever. Well spotted, your lordship. No doubt you have already reached the same conclusion, but I will state it for the official records. Vile mutants do not make allusions to saints. This was someone versed in the creed. He has a tattoo on his neck, a skull with a valve and a few symbols, SP-24601. That's the symbol of a pipe warden clan that maintains the sewer systems. The SP stands for Senior Pipe Warden, followed by his identification number. Ginevra is working on the work log cogitator. She can use it to learn the victim's name from his number. The cogitator is in the nearest maintenance room.
Let's see
My
this
warp
through.
sight reveals something.
Where? managed to avoid being trodden on. The blood does not appear all that fresh. Has not fully dried yet either. Interesting.
Aha! Found it.
Scrap of human skin with jagged edges is stuck to the deck.
Onward to
This
victory.
ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Notice a few drops of blood that have somehow managed to not turn on. Okay, so same thing.
Keep your senses keen.
Okay, back to these guys that are arguing. We need to investigate the cogitator in order to obtain information about a certain pipe warden. Ruler of the vessel, why do you insist on interrogating an elderly soul when it is such a miserable state? You are making a mockery of the Omnissiah's tenets and the privileges of the priesthood of Mars. You have my word that I will treat the machine spirit with due respect. You may observe the interrogation. I will light candles, I'll do some sigils, I'll give it a little kiss on the cheek. Adroveta Phi lets out a screeching sigh. Access privileges granted. I reserve the prerogative to interrupt the interrogation the moment I detect the slightest threat to the machine spirit. One day I'll be able to read lines and not fucking fumble them halfway through. At your approach, the lumens on the Master Cogitator's bulky hull light up peevishly, and the cooling filters breathe an exasperated sigh. The machine spirit appears to be in a rotten mood. In the name of upholding the blessed axiomatics, I am initiating the accompanying tax service. Pascal's megadendrites writhe like snakes in a sacred dance. One of them reverentially docks with the cogitator's data port. O calculating machine spirit, blessed in omniscience, luminous in the darkness of ignorance, may the regalia be revealed, may the prayers of access be said, may these restrictive circuits be removed. Courteously introduce yourself by inputting your data to show respect for the machine spirit. After an unnecessarily long verification process, the cogitator recognizes the possibility that you may indeed be the ship's Lord Captain. A string of technolingua on the vid screen tells you that you may now input your request. Humbly ask for the data on the toils of the ship's workers. Beside itself with anger, the cogitator sprays you with sparks. As its vid screen dims and flickers, you hear a spiteful whir and find yourself staring at an incomprehensible mess of symbols. Apparently, the spirit refuses to comply on account of some blocker A403. Oh, the spirit is truly unwell. Why else would blocker A403 prevent it from sharing such data, especially after a log ritual of greeting? Observing a critical distortion of the sacred code, initiating the sacrament of hibernation, and anointing of the holy machine's data cards. Treat the cogitator's boards with thermal unction, let it slumber for a while, then awaken it once more. So, turn it off, then back on again. O Deus Mechanicus, bestow an impulse of miraculous transformation upon the noospheric spirit of this machine, and may it rise again from its sacred data dream. The unction, as well as the short breather, have done wonders for the old spirit's disposition. Mollified, it wipes the data blocker from the vid screen and agrees to indulge your inquiries. Inquire about the cause of the old cogitator's ailments. You manage to find the right string of tech commands. With a grunt, the cogitator begins whining on about its woes. Just as today's watch began, someone disturbed its data dream, using some trickery to rob it of its data, then befuddled its elderly mind and instructed it to deny access to anyone else. Interesting. Registering a Category 3 act of sacrilege resulting in a Category Epsilon Quadro transgressive scenario. Requesting the inclusion of the offender in the registry of wanted entities for the purpose of expiative disposal. Request information about the number SP 24601. After mulling over your question for a while, the spirit recalls the number is assigned to a senior pipe warden with the name of Orto. This Orto and his partner spent the last watch servicing valve 27B, which supplies water to the rogue trader's chambers. After finishing up the maintenance, only Orto's partner reported in. That's the same valve that was used to pump the blood into the bath chamber. That must be where they killed Orto before dragging his corpse onto the deck. Request information about the pipe warden's partner. At first, the cogitator feigns ignorance out of spite, pretending not to recognize your request. But after 4 more attempts, the spirit takes pity on you. Orto's partner was senior pipe warden Gwedon, number SP 26855. Gwedon was not reported for duty since... Gwedon has not reported for duty since the incident. We have our suspect. It looks like Gwedon killed his fellow worker and put on this entire bloody spectacle. Hratko is the one responsible for arresting the rabble, so he'll be our best candidate for shedding some light on this Gwedon character. The honored machine spirit is tired. It cannot bear any more of this torture. I see that you got what you came for, so I would ask that you let the elderly have their rest. Activating the deep hibernation protocol. Pascal's mechadendrite disconnect from the master cogitator's data port in a respectful motion. The trill of binaric prayers lulls the elderly spirit's fading lumens. May the Omnissiah's blessing. May the Omnissiah bless this machine with healing slumber, that the sacred unity of its anode and cathode may be purified and shine once more.
Stay sharp.
Alright then.
Venture forth.
As it should be.
Someone has shoved a tattered and bloodied synth code into the vent. Such garments are included in every enforcer's uniform. Interesting.
Let's seize the moment. Forge ahead. Never linger.
Hurtgo looks on sourly as angry, bewildered enforcers attempt to interrogate Circe without resorting to violence. When he sees you, he nods nonchalantly as before. Your lordship? How fares the interrogation? Satisfactory. We are maintaining fear and respect among the rabble as we go through our suspects. We will find the culprits soon. I swear it upon my rank. Is there a senior pipe warden by the name of Gweden among the suspects? Escort him to me, I will question him. Gweden, yes, we have him here. He's waiting his turn. We'll bring him over at once. I've been informed of your decision to question one of the suspects, Lord Captain. I consider it my duty to be present for the interrogation so that I may ensure your safety. Yeah, I'm a psyker with 2 force swords and can backflip over like half of this room, but sure, you'll keep me safe. Before you stands a gaunt man in work clothes. His face is swollen from the bruises, and several of his fingers are broken and sticking out at odd angles. He stares vacantly into the distance with watery eyes. I thought you said he was still waiting his turn. Why does he look beaten half to death? Those are merely the preliminary measures before the interrogation begins in earnest, your lordship. A suspect becomes more inclined to speak if you give them the baton first. Standard procedure. How is that standard procedure? Oh my god. Start talking, you miserable wretch. You tried to kill the Lord Captain, didn't you? Rodko grabs the worker by the lapel. Squid's coat flies open, revealing crude occult symbols painted all over his body. What's this? Heretical brands? Cultist scum? Gweden yells, bearing what remains of his teeth. Yes, it was me. I tried to put a curse on the Lord Captain. I killed me partner in a wicked ritual. Rubbed elbows with them demons, consorted with them, all to carry out a dark plot and doom the Lord Captain for the glory of my almighty master. Mwahaha! I feel like that's horseshit. Yeah, his words, he is trying to paint them over with fake garish hues, but his abject terror carries with it too much black and gray. What does he hope to accomplish with this? He has admitted to everything, the vermin. I have insisted time and again that the assassination attempt was carried out by one of Voidver's surviving henchmen, and I was right. I guess we weren't so thorough in clearing them out as we thought. Hrotko casts a sharp look at Sourback. He was surprisingly quick to talk. He realized what he was done for. Besides, a heretic will take any chance they get to gloat about their wicked ways. No, they won't! And who is this dark and almighty patron of yours? Master Malachi, the Dreckful. Him, yes. You do not remember hearing of such a demon before. What you do remember from reports is that the name of the foreman on the 5th Food Depot, a known miser and sadist, is Malachi Dreck. How'd you kill your partner? Well, I grabbed myself a rusty saw and started hacking at him. Then I pulled out a dagger made from a virgin's bones and stabbed him. Oh, right, I also cursed him first. It was only right. That's a load of horseshit. None of the wounds on the victim's body could have been inflicted with the saw. There were no dagger wounds on him either. What are those marks on you? What do they mean? These are my cultist marks, so I can put curses on people and talk to demons. He pokes a finger at an uneven semicircle with 9 arrows coming out of it. This one's called the Hame of Terror. It represents the 9 archdemons. I always pray to each one first thing in the morning. You are unfamiliar with this profane symbol. Enough with the theatrics, Gweden. You are no cultist. Why are you so intent on vilifying yourself? The man blanches and starts bawling. He gives up on his sinister theatric and babbles in the voice of a common worker. Forgive me, your lordship. I'm not Gweden, and I'm not a heretic. Yart's my name. Yart! I'm I'm a laundryman. Please have mercy. They took my family. The enforcer said she'd throw them out of the airlock if I don't confess. She made me draw these unholy simp marks on myself. Abelard casts a significant glance in Sourback's direction. Your enforcers have a knack for persuasion, Mistress Sourback, but this is ridiculous. What enforcer? Name. Give me a name. Ginevry. Her name was Ginevry. The failed heretic raises his hands to his face, and you see many purple bruises. They are older than the others by several hours. He was evidently beaten long and hard, and he would have been screaming the whole time. Someone must have witnessed it. Ginevry. Steely edge in Sourback's voice causes everyone present to freeze, but you also hear a note of bewilderment. We will deal with her later. I will handle the search for Gwen myself, Lord Captain. Would you have us execute this Daemon worshipper? No, he didn't do anything. The poor bastard got beaten half to death and forced to do something he didn't want to. Spare the man. Wash off those heretical symbols and let him rejoin his family. It will be done. Lord Captain, the evidence you have collected is sufficient to apprehend the culprit. I will report to you in the mess hall, and we shall bring this investigation to a close. Why? I really feel like there's an immediate issue of, you know...
Onward to victory.
A machine gun grants me insight.
What did that do? Oh, it's a puzzle. Interesting. I will click this one now, and I have turned off that. Okay, does each one like have a corresponding amount of like things it turns on?
Marching ahead.
Okay, so that, to those two. When I click this one, and also turns that one. What if I click this one? Turns that one off. Okay, I'm gonna
Venture
need
forth.
everyone to just fuck off here. Go over here.
Duty beckons.
No. Go over here. What the fuck? Okay.
Stay sharp.
Let's try this one again. And let's do this one. Shit. Shit. Alright.
Let's seize the moment.
I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, 'cause I'm stupid. Can I like reset this by any chance somehow? What if I click this one first? Okay. So it's either, let's see, what have I got? I got 2 there, 1 there. That's it, right? 3? No, 4. And then if I hit this one turns off, that one stays on, that one turns off, that one switches. Or no, that one was on. Okay. So what if I hit this one again? Does it keep the same grouping? No, it's just those 2 now. It turns that one off. That one's on, that one's on, that one's on. Oh, does it turn on the ones like next to it in the cycle and then turns off the ones? It looks like that's what it does, yeah. Okay. So if I click this one, it'll turn these 2 off. And the rest of these will stay open. Okay, okay. So that. And
Forge ahead. Never linger.
just this one on. Turn these 2 on.
Let's see this through.
And turn these 2 on. Then turn this one. This one. Shit. No, I. basically have 6 of them off. Right? Something like that. So if I turn this one off, puts me to 5. Turned off. Turn this one. So it's only this one on. Then we do this so that these 2 are the only ones that are on. Right? No, this one's on. Why is that one on? Turn off every one of them? Yeah. Shit. 2 are up, but I need them in a different sequencing, because I need them, like, basically both in a corner. So, do that. Just to get that one off.
Venture forth.
What if I do that? How the fuck does that help me? Am I stupid?
Marching ahead.
Okay. I gotta think on this for a second, because I gotta stop just pointlessly doing this, because I get it. I'm just stupid, and I'm just gonna fucking... So there's 8, and each of these lights up when you do one. So if I... So, let's try to get this to a state of...
Stay sharp.
So that's 2 on both sides. God, I feel so stupid right now. Okay. If I click this one, that one off. Here. So that will have all 3 sides except for this one. So Then if I activate this, I'm back to having 7 active. So what if I hit this one? This one. Okay, so I've literally done nothing. I've just put them on the corners now instead of on the shit. Let's see, that's just do that. Have 6. So we maybe there's something way simpler to this and I'm just a fucking idiot. the skull's like numbered or anything? Nope.
Let's seize the moment. Oh. Oh my god, Forge
that's it.
ahead,
That's
never
literally it.
linger.
And then I just have to click this one. Oh my fucking god, I'm so stupid. Send forth revelation, transmit a court resolved to a location on one of the worlds in the Pelium Solitis system. Great. So I have to go to an entirely different place to get that sorted then. Jesus Christ, I'm over here getting fucking like just taking like 10 minutes to figure out a fucking slide puzzle. Alright, what did I need to do? This one. Master at Arms has taken matters into her own hands. She will find Gweden, so or Triggermate. The investigation will conclude where it began in the mess hall of the officer deck.
Let's see this through.
Costa. Lord Captain, the real pipe warden Gweden has been found and is being escorted here as we speak. Are there any remaining questions you wish to address before we hear from Gweden himself? Someone attempted to mislead our investigation. We cannot let this go without consequences. Undoubtedly. Let us go over the facts we have on this sabotage and compile them. The body of the deceased was mutilated after death. It is likely that the nature of the injuries would have proven very useful in the investigation. The perpetrator concealed them for that very reason. Someone sabotaged the work log cogitator, so it would be harder for us to find the victim's partner, who might have information valuable to the investigation. Instead of the murdered man's partner, we were given a fool, one who thoroughly incriminated himself first before admitting that Captain Ginevri had put him up to it. Sauerback glowers at Ginevri, and she pales with fear. Who was guarding the body? It was Ginevri. I relieved her when I came to inspect the corpse, which had already been cut up. Ginevri nervously adjusts her armor under Sauerbach's piercing gaze. The corpse was already looking like that when it came under my purview, but I could get the name of the officer who discovered that the deck was such a mess that I decided I would deal with it later. A bloody synth coat was discovered not far from the corpse. I would ask the enforcers in this room to present their coats. The rustle of synthetic fabrics fills the room. All the enforcers show their coats, except Hratko. He shrugs complacently under the gaze of his comrades. I do not wear it. An enforcer must be able to withstand the cold, and the serfs treat synth coats as a sign of weakness. Behind the armor of affected indifference, his thoughts ooze grimy hues. Like blood mixed with umber, it looks vile. Who had access to the work cogitator? Tech Priest did not let anyone near the cogitator. They even tried to prevent the enforcer's investigation. Ginevri, were you there the whole time? Yes, ma'am. Since the start of the watch, I went there right after I handed the body over to Klein. The only time I stepped away, it was to retrieve the data slate from my quarters. I left a watchman, but he went missing. Most likely one of the officers did not realize he was on duty and sent him off on some errand. But is only gone for a few minutes. Very convenient. Missing sentry, a data slate misplaced against regulations. Hratko drums his fingers on a holster on his belt, where his own data slate sits tightly nestled. I don't understand how I could have forgotten it. I always check my gear when I go on duty. Suspect Yart claims that you coerced him into lying about himself, Ginevri. What do you have to say for yourself? I may have conducted this preliminary interrogation like so many others. Hratko requested my assistance because of my experience in dealing with the rabble, but I swear that there is no truth to these accusations against me. The transcript says you conducted Yart's interrogation alone. Why is that? Because I can handle a single laundryman. Ginevri raises her chin proudly. I mean, yeah, Captain Ginevri, all the evidence points to you. You are charged with sabotage and consequently sentenced to death. Ginevri stands with dignity, neither arguing nor begging for mercy. She surrenders her weapon and allows herself to be led away. Klein watches with a gloomy expression, and as she passes him, you notice her whisper something in his ear. That takes care of the traitor. Now let us proceed with interrogating the pipe warden. The pipe warden does his best to remain reverentially bowed, which paints a rather comical picture given his formidable height and complexion. He lowers his head, tugging at his beard. Senior Pipe Warden Gwendon, honor to serve, Lord Captain. I'm ready to confess to everything. You are the real Pipe Warden Gwendon, are you not? I am, and I'm proud of it, Lord Captain. A pipe warden's craft is hard work, but necessary. My number is SP26855. My work partner was the late Otto, number SP24601. Oversee the water supply systems on the upper decks, sectors A3, K8, and R2. That includes valve 27B. There can be no mistake. I have verified his identity myself. It has also been confirmed by the other workers. Why did you fill my bath with blood? I did as the blood spinner commanded. She said the Emperor gave the first spinner a sign that your lordship should be bathed in the blood of poor Otto, my partner, and I will. He gulps. The servants of death are terrifying, so I obeyed. The First Spinner, are you talking about the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web? Yes, that's him. He leads the Death Cultists, the lot who worship the Emperor by killing. His spinners hunt down heretics, but sometimes they take righteous lives too. Their service is mysterious, fervent, and bloody. If the Vizier ordered it, there must have been a reason. The Undying One must have revealed something to him that we are ignorant of. Did you kill your mutant partner? I didn't kill him. I didn't know he was a mutant. Orto and I always got along, even if he wasn't much for talking. But then, he shudders, a blood spinner came from the darkness, ended him quickly, but harshly. She bled him dry and put a black feather in his throat. She told me to pump blood into the pipes, and then she left. I wanted to confess, but I was afraid she'd come for me too if I did. Some of the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. I wish to hear his explanation. As you will, Lord Captain. The Vizier of the Bloodspun Web treads lightly and silently, as if his old gaunt body has no weight at all. He whispers weakly. Excuse me. Come in bulk. Will to see me, and so I have come. I have summoned you to discuss the actions of your apprentices, and please stop coming. The Vizier responds in an equally respectful manner. Let their deeds be weighed. Investigation has established that the Bloodspun Web orchestrated an attack on his lordship by means of pouring unholy blood into his bath. This affront, the old man's murmur drowns out Sourbrack's relentless voice. Yeoman Valk knows the truth, so it was done, for so I did and will. It was no affront, but a prophecy, for my hands to divine unsullied martyrs offered their souls and bodies into his imperishable embrace. I gazed into the red rivers of their smoldering lives, and I did see a roiling unclean, staining the bays, reaching for the anointed Lord of the Ark. In my apprentice's last sighs, I heard the Undying One's whisper. He bid me bathe the dolmen in blood of he who must go, and they who have been righteous, for this will shield the dolmen and strengthen his body against the roiling unclean. I obeyed. Do you claim that you did it because the God Emperor willed so? I speak, move, and draw breath because he wills so. I defy not the Undying One, neither in death that gifts and takes, nor in my living existence. Kybella, did you know about this? When I saw the wounds made by the hand of a fellow believer, I guessed, but the Vizier was not to warn you, and so it was not my place to do so either. If there had been a plot against you, and a knife aimed at you, I would have given you some sign, but the Vizier means you no harm. He is your servant. Where your other subjects' threads are clear and straight, his lie in the shadows of hints and secrets. Trust him as I do. Could your vision have been false? The Vizier's lips curl into a smile. I held the cards of his tarot washed in the blood of the righteous. I make no mistake, and neither does he send false visions. Only mortals err. They who read the signs, they who interpret. The man you killed, who was he? I know not. I heard only the name, and I knew he must go. He listens to the empty space above his shoulders and nods. Yes, we need no more knowledge than that. What do you mean by the roiling unclean? He did not reveal, but it is corruption itself. It offends him. It tastes as sweet
its fetid waters and old pipes. Its promises are the deception of an enforcer's smile. Its face is elusive.
Master-at-Arms, are you convinced we have found the culprits? The situation is clear, your lordship. So makes the sign of the Aquila. The Emperor has sent us a portent. The protector of mankind guides the hands of his holy servants to guard us and warn us of hidden threats. Could it be a coincidence that the victim of the ritual was a genetic aberration? The officers around you keep a respectful silence, but you can tell by their faint smiles that they find the very idea of doubting the Emperor's providence absurd. The cult of the blood-spun web will face no persecution for their deed. It's fucking weird and creepy as it is. The Vizier freezes, listening to silence, then nods to nothing.
Yes. Yes, I will tell him.
He turns his stone-shut eyes to you once more.
We are seeds in your hands, giver of life. Whether you keep us or scatter us, we will remain grateful.
Be that as it may, we have hit a dead end. We hoped that exposing the culprits would lead us to the aberration's lair. Sauerback, the investigation must continue.
But no spinner or brave warrior from the Domin's circle can find the roots of the unclean, for it can appear as human and act as human. Only its thoughts betray its vile nature. Only its thoughts are never human.
Wise. Anxious silence falls. The moment Sauerback says this one word, she narrows her eyes. Is it unclean thoughts we need to find? Very well. Let Wise find them. He knows how, no matter how badly he wishes that the rest of us forgot about it.
Vena Zachary is a fearsome hunter. When he hunts the flagship whales, when he thinks my teeth creak, and I can feel pain as if I am young again. But his power is great indeed. He can hunt down our prey.
How can the choirmaster of the Astropass be of use to us? The esteemed Zachary Weiss has performed the ritual of thought reading. This practice lets him do a cursory examination of the minds of thousands of people in search of certain individuals. The ritual is rare as it is dangerous, and only someone as versed as Master Wise can accomplish such a feat. Has Wise done something like that before? Once. Lady Theodora made use of his services to expose spies on board, who apparently had been in the employ of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that not everyone here is eager to leave this matter to Master Wise. I would say the one least eager will be Master Wise himself. Last time his efforts caused some severe warp manifestations. The ritual truly is perilous. Not to put too fine a point on it, Wise nearly destroyed the ship back then. Incidentally, he had given us multiple warnings that it could happen. Lady Theodora ignored him, and we reaped the results. Oh, why do I get the feeling that I know what will happen next? Yeah, I would rather let myself die than let Adira perform this ritual. She's so fucking dumb. That is all. Master-at-Arms, and your duty is done. I give you leave to wrap up the investigation on the officer's deck. My duty will be considered done when the threat is eliminated. I will brief the enforcers when you consult Choirmaster Wise, Lord Captain.
Okay.
So I guess I gotta go talk to Master Wise. Let's do some trading. Let's see. Damn. I was really hoping I would upgrade to rank 1. Get some of these upgrades. Altabomb mortar. Oh wow. See. I don't have any of this shit for the other stuff. Well, I should probably do the stuff with Drusus first, because technically kind of need it. Agility is more than 50, which mine is. I'm gonna get to rank 12 and 13 to get those. Let's see, 10% dodge, 15%. Okay, so this does give me more health. This would eventually give me more health. But for now, I mean, no, not really. Whatever the wearer deals warp damage. Okay. so now I gotta go towards the Astropathic Chapel with the squad.
Marching ahead.
Choir Master Wise turns towards you long before you reach him. A chill runs down your spine as if someone were watching you from inside your own being. The strange sensation passes as suddenly as it arises. The choir master shakes his head.
I know why you are here, your lordship, and with all due respect, I'm asking you to reconsider.
So you would rather not take part in the search for mutineers?
It is my wish to be useful to your lordship, but what you have come for will put the ship in peril. A ritual of this kind can, and certainly will, go the worst way possible. Your predecessor came to me with the same orders once. Nothing good came of it. Please believe me, Lord Captain, when I say a mountain of corpses was the least of the problems we faced that time.
So, you say you've performed the ritual before for Theodora?
Many years ago, there was a time when Lady Theodora had become anxious. Perhaps the Lord Inquisitor's interest in her affairs adversely affected her, shall we say, trust in her own subjects. She was expecting a betrayal, and eventually her paranoia brought her to me. I performed the ritual, but the choir ceased to exist.
I remember that day, Lord Captain. When we arrived at the chapel, there was blood and human remains everywhere. But that was the least of the terrifying things we saw. What is the nature of this ritual?
It takes the entire choir's power to invade such a prodigious number of minds at once. I weave their voices into a chord and steer it into the murky sea of other people's souls. Together we read tens of thousands of thoughts, emotions, and intents, looking for the thing we are after, the seed of corruption you are interested in.
So why are you so worried about the ritual?
Lord Captain, do you know the proverb about staring too long into the abyss? What you are asking for is tantamount to plunging the entire choir into that abyss. A ritual like that will require incredible focus from each of its participants. It will take a single careless thought, a single glance in the wrong direction, for the way back to be lost. Human minds fusing into one another, vitrified organs, inside still living bodies, perverse fantasies manifesting in the flesh. Nothing will stop the horrors of the warp from spreading all over the ship in the blink of an eye. And even if I agreed, it would be impossible. I would need a second powerful telepath as a defender to shield my mind. The last time, my best apprentice Adeline did that, but she is no longer with us. She was exceptionally talented, rivaling even myself. Now I know of only one psyker in the entire expanse who is her equal, but he is bound to the service of one of House Winterscale's planetary governors, and thus unavailable to us, which makes your dangerous enterprise an impossibility.
How bad was it?
Worse than you can imagine, your lordship.
It only... Okay. I'm just gonna read this stuff now. I'm pretty sure I'm coming down with something, so I'm just gonna read this so it's easier on my throat. It only took a fraction of a second lingering inside another mind for one of the astropaths to lose control of their own. The affliction spread down the chain like fire. No one was spared. The minds of my charges could not withstand the tension. Their consciousness were caught in a vortex of alien thoughts. The fortunate ones died at once. As for the rest, how did you survive? I managed to send out a call for help and did my best to contain the phantoms on my own. Lady Theodora arrived. I was the only survivor out of the entire choir. Her ladyship allowed me to spend a month in a secluded cell upon whose floor and walls I drew the most powerful protective hexagrams I knew. I was crushed, I was broken, and worst of all, I was afraid. Afraid of meeting the same fate as Adeline and my other apprentices. An astropath must never be afraid, your lordship. One who yields to fear dies and dooms those around them. How do you replenish the choir? Whew. Lady Theodora bombarded the Adeptus Administratum for months with requests to provide her with a new astropathic choir. In the end, new voices did fill the chapel. They were never told what happened to the previous choir, but they have inklings. And I pray to the God Emperor that they never find out the details of that tragedy. I see. That is the harsh truth, your lordship. It must not be done. I mean, we could find a psyker who will help you perform the ritual. And who is it? And the choir master's smile, though courteous, seems ever so slightly sarcastic. You mentioned knowing a powerful psyker employed by the Winter Scales. Who is he? Master Harriman is a seasoned telepath, but his lord would never part with such an incredibly valuable specialist. A sizable amount of money will be necessary to organize Master Harriman's escape. I could help you with the ritual. With all due respect to your unquestioning talents, Lord Captain, I need psyker capable of working with a specific branch of psychic knowledge, that being telepathy. I don't want to, like, that's Idira, but I don't want to rely on Idira. She's so fucking dumb. And I don't mean that in, like, being mean, I mean that... It's like, I could pick the guy, but... I'd really rather not, like, you know, subject the entire crew to death. Let me give this some more thought. That would be in order, considering all the dangers of the ritual. Like, is there another option by chance? Nope. That's fantastic. Alright, well, I will hire professionals to set up his escape, send a message to whoever ought to know. As you please, Master Harriman will welcome the news of his forthcoming release. His present lord is quite unpleasant. I will report back once Master Harriman has been brought on board. Well, I'm sure this will not go terribly at all, based on every other psychic experience I've had in this game. They always go well. Oh god, that's right. I was gonna jump and do the Janus quest line. Oh, do I still want to do that? Fuck it, I guess. Lord Captain, according to the telemetry, the parameters of this system match those of Telecos Epsilon, home to the agri-world Janus that belongs to the Von Valancius dynasty. We've received a Vox message from the planet. The agri-world's governor officially welcomes the rogue trader and reports that she has begun preparations for a formal reception to celebrate the arrival of the planet sovereign. Your subjects are looking forward to your visit. Hooray! And I was really hoping I could find some fucking Promethium by now. More plasteel. All characteristics during warp. This one's the one I needed to do, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's get that going then. Alright, off to Janus. Alrighty. A lavishly dressed noblewoman in an opulent silk gown watches you with an expectant air, but then gracefully bows her head. Gem-encrusted implants protrude from her arms and neck. I welcome you on behalf of the noble house Viat Ab Aram. My name is Vistenza Janus Viat Ab Aram af Coronis. By the grace of the Emperor and the will of the rogue trader Theodora von Valancius, I serve as planetary governor and imperial commander-in-chief of this world. Vistenza Viat raises her head slightly. She turns to Abelard and greetings to you, noble Worsarian. It has been years since your last visit to Janus. I'm glad to see you again. It is a good sign when a rogue trader seneschal does not visit a subject planet for a long time. Isn't that correct, Lady Viat? It means the governor is taking care of all matters, and there is no need for the seneschal to interfere. I hear, she lets out a musical laugh. I hear praise in those words, and I thank you for them. She turns once again to you. In truth, your arrival in place of the esteemed Lady von Valancius is quite unexpected. I hope my coming in Theodora's stead has not disappointed you too much. Not in the least, your lordship. On the contrary, I'm delighted after all these years to once again welcome to my world. I just love how it's like they suddenly get like exploded in blood and then like ragdoll like that. It just looks so funny.
If I may.
Buff up Balk. And
Me?
just let him go.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Everybody gets a nice little word of the Emperor buff.
No foe too great. As said, so done. They won't expect this.
And then, let's see. Just come over here. And can I just nuke these two guys? I don't want to hit my team. There
If
we go.
only that were possible.
There we go. Lovely.
I'll do what it takes.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Oh well, look at him actually getting a kill.
Quick, quick!
Just a minor setback.
Don't get too cocky. How about no?
Oh, wait, right. They added something that makes it so you can't. Yeah, okay, you can't target the same unit with bring it down every round. Sure. Bella. Go for it.
Trust me, let your soul be purged. The shadows will killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenets demand.
Hold on.
Time to slaughter. Show me what
I've suffered worse.
here, maggot.
Tell me, and it is done.
Here we go.
My place is at the fore. Victory is imminent. Grey hair, sure hand. Indeed.
A dance of blades and shadows. Trust me. As honor ordains. Caught by the web. The undying Emperor whispers his will. Let your soul be purged, caught by the web. Come, the other side awaits. Killing brings me no pleasure. I shall not fail. I cannot serve you in this way.
Spin,
As honor ordains.
spin, 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 spin,
Trust
spin.
me. Caught by the web. This goes against the tenets. As honor ordained, come. The other side awaits. Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay, so we got 3. 2 of them are snipers, one of them is the kid over there. Let's get the one that's further back, because that'll be more annoying.
I know what to do. Contemplate your weakness. Done and done. Witness my resolve. Easy. I said, so done. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Let's set this in motion. That is how it's done.
Your lordship, Emperor, preserve us. Are you all right? Do not fret, layperson. We have grown used to outrageous slovenliness among the wardens of every world we visit. Pascal's vox, quiet at first, is booming with fury by the end of his remark. Pale Grayness is strangling this peasant like a noose. His words are laden with fear for our well-being, yet he fears for his own even more. I'm fine. I can't say the same for the attackers. Praise the throne. If you would please follow me, I will personally escort you to the governor, where you will have the protection of walls and wardens. Yeah, sure. Upon seeing you, the guard at the door lets out a frightened yelp and doubles over in a low bow. Your lordship, the most honorable Valk von Valancius, the governor is awaiting you in her office, where she is protected by walls and guards. Would you prefer to meet with her alone or with your entourage? No, let's go in alone. It's fine. Vistenza Janus Viat ab Ram of Coronis is furiously swiping
at a data slate, issuing commands into a gilded vox. Upon seeing you, she hurriedly puts away her device, smooths her skirt, and drops into a deep curtsy. Your lordship, accept my abject apologies for the reprehensible stunt that spoiled the reception. Even in my worst nightmares, I could never have imagined... You can stop apologizing, Vistenza. I'm not offended. Thank you, your lordship. Believe me, I am infinitely sorry that the troubles of Janus has reached us, even here, the most protected place on Janus. The companion standing next to Vistenza respectfully bows her head. She is doggedly trying not to turn her head towards you, but it's obvious she is watching you through her lowered lashes. One of your wardens helped us in battle. A superb shot. Who was it? You must be referring to Irlet, our chief ally in the struggle against the rebels. I've turned a blind eye to her horrific mutations, given the undoubted advantages she brings. You see, Irlet comes from the local degenerate stock of this world and knows Janus like the back of her hand. So she has provided several leads as to where we can find bases and secret storehouses. Although I admit that at times I am tempted to send her away from the estate, her unnaturalness means that speaking with her always leaves me feeling uneasy. Such a gaunt, unfeminine figure, and so tall. If you wish to speak to Irlet, you will find her outside in the orangery, most likely by the gazebo. She prefers to keep her distance from others. What's happening on the planet? Several months ago, uprisings broke out on Janus. I was not even notified at first. Griping worms are for wardens to worry about. Alas, I only learned of what was happening after the miscreants began targeting noble families. Vistenza shakes her head, and then it became apparent that what the Administratum's accounts had referred to as unrest were in fact organized attacks on infrastructure and society leaders. I have already brought 13 agri-complexes to a halt, and have now moved on to assassination attempts. My wardens are doggedly tracking down the rebels, but their leaders are slipping from our grasp yet again. Can Janus fulfill its foodstuff requests under your current conditions? I risk angering you, your lordship, but this is nothing compared to shamelessly deceiving you. Let us consider the situation dispassionately. Even the most reliable logistics experts of the Administratum are unable to guarantee stable ties when shuttles are wary of landing at the spaceport, and the terrified peasants are indulging a dangerous minority within their ranks. Until the usual order of things is restored on Janus, any trade is nigh impossible. Considering what has occurred, your visit is a true blessing. You see, Janus does not have its own fleet. We could organize a planet-wide search if we had ships at our disposal, ships like yours, your lordship. Perhaps you will find a way to support your subjects in their hour of need. I'm sure even approximate coordinates would be sufficient to have the ground forces and ship crews work together to hunt down the enemy. Let's see. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'm sure the rebels will have something to say to the master of their world. Stenza inclines her head. I am immeasurably grateful for your assistance, your lordship. If any of those who attacked the estate had survived, then perhaps they could have made a valuable source of information, but you made an example of them for the rest of the foolish rabble. Stenza glances at the Vox. Incidentally, I did overhear the wardens talking about some kind of stranger in the area. Besides that, we still do not know who let these reprobates into the estate. The person who did it might also know something. I, as well as my retinue, are at your service. My secretary is checking the staff as we speak and removing all traces of the attack from the estate. An esteemed Magos who is responsible for agronomic efforts on the planet is also here. He happens to be visiting this week to deliver his personal report. And of course, there is my aide in the war against the rebels, Yerliet. I have no doubt she will be delighted to share her knowledge of Janus with your lordship. Sure. Yes and no, your lordship. If the question is, yeah. Nuh-uh, can't do it. Target for attack. The rebels will not hesitate to bring it down, sending flaming debris over the capital. Our silos could become targets for sabotage. Food could be poisoned or mined. The logistics of transporting supplies to Footfall will only be possible once the uprising has been completely crushed. Tell me about Janus. Janus is a remarkable world both in terms of its vast potential and in terms of the work that was carried out to transform it into an agri-world. House Viat has ruled on Janus for many generations, and each new governor has without fail contributed to the planet's taming. The world was once a wild planet full of xenobeasts and utterly unsuitable for growing anything. To this day, despite our best efforts, Janus regularly rebels against us. Earthquakes, tsunamis, the emergence of new pests and weeds that invade the arable land. Sometimes I cannot help but think that this world is endowed with consciousness, the consciousness of a capricious and stubborn child who likes to spoil everything that we have achieved. Who's this person standing next to you? One of my ladies in waiting, Amelia. Amelia performs secretarial duties and helps me to remain in constant contact with those families who are most responsible for the productivity and prosperity of Janus. I trust my advisors implicitly, and over time Amelia has become not merely a faithful companion, but also almost my shadow. Losing her would be like losing my right hand. Vistenza laughs and gives Amelia an encouraging nod. Amelia drops into a low curtsy. To bathe in the light of your greatness is a true honor, rogue trader. I must take my leave.
All souls cry out for salvation. There. Much better.
I can see bright colors again.
Onward to victory.
To the estate.
I hope we have time to sample the local libations. I have heard rave reviews of Janus's distilleries.
Dreaming of feasting in a time of plague? True to form as ever, Mistress Hedari.
Okay, now. So much to do,
Forge
so
ahead.
much to see.
Never linger.
What a splendid estate. I have seen pics of our ancient manors in the House Orselio archives. This place is very similar.
It's a pity you were denied the chance to grow up in such surroundings. I can just picture a young lady navigator, relaxing with a book in the garden after her lessons.
A hulking man dressed in a uniform marking him out as an officer of the gubernatorial wardens is closely monitoring his subordinates as they surround the building. Sensing your approach, he whips around, his face going pale, and he offers a low bow. Your lordship, please do not stray too close to the building. One of the terrorists from today's attack has holed himself up in there. He could be dangerous. What's going on here? Ready to report, your lordship? We conducted a sweep of the area after the attack. All of the assassins were arrested or neutralized except for one. The officer scowls darkly. He sealed himself inside. He already injured 2 wardens who tried to reach him, but there's no need to worry. We'll poison him and clear the last dregs of dirt from the estate. I have one question, officer. Why have you not already done it? The rogue traitor is here, and the longer you delay, the more you put his life needlessly at risk. The officer flinches slightly at Abelard's snarl. It is inexcusable, your lordship. The barrels of poison were only just delivered, but we're ready to begin now. When Ashmag is up against all the wardens on this estate, yet he is still causing trouble. On a freet, we would have been able have already been made captain and put in charge of the governor's security. The Exalted One knows that he has more brains than all of you combined. The officer tugs nervously at his collar, which appears to have suddenly become too tight for his comfort. We will fix this right away, I swear, it on the throne. You going to poison the rebel? The officer nodded. We're using insecticide from our stockpiles, your lordship. We don't have any military-grade poisons, but we don't need them, not for this parasite. Who is he? Tell the truth, your lordship, I'm more concerned with clearing the area right now than with his identity. We're not expecting to get any valuable intel from him unless we find something on his corpse after we've done our job. What's so special about this building? It's one of the utility buildings. Fortunately, it was empty at the time of the attack. There were no potential hostages or innocent people inside. If you ask me, I think this was the first place the killer came to when he was beating his retreat. We managed to round up all the others, but this one holed himself up in here. This is not an empty utility building, but an inactive backup crypt for storing refrigerant and freezing equipment. This is obvious. Your ignorance is depressing, servant. Sorry. I want to talk to the person inside. Are you sure? It's not exactly safe, your lordship. The officer's eyes involuntarily sweep over you, sizing you up. I want to solve this problem without too much blood or fuss. The officer takes a breath. As you wish, your lordship. At the officer's signal, the other wardens take a deferential step back, clearing your path to the door. When you approach the solid-looking door, a high, boyish voice shouts off, "Piss off, you won't take me alive. Better to put a bullet in my brain and let the governor's dogs get their hands on me." Pick the lock. Takes you half a minute to figure out the archaic mechanism. With a soft click, the door opens, allowing you to enter. Inside, it's poorly lit. Inside is poorly lit, but you spot a person standing in the far corner. He is desperately gripping a discharged las gun in his hands. At the sight of you, his eyes widen in recognition and fear. It can't be. The rogue traitor. The young man, practically a boy, falls to his knees and stretches out his bloody hands towards you. His clothes are burned on one side and grimy with baked-in blood. Your lordship, have mercy. You are the sovereign of this planet. Only you have the power to save us. This is one of the elusive and cunning rebels the governor's been fighting for months? Really? Save you from what? From Governor Viet. Everybody here knows what she is doing to us. We've put up with it for a long time, hoping that somebody would intervene and help us, but nobody ever did. She's turned the whole world into a slaughterhouse. People are rounded up like rocks from the settlement, supposedly to go to the palace. and they're never seen again. Her servants pour something over the fields, and then people lose their minds. They start hearing voices and seeing evil spirits, and while we're dying, she's sitting behind her white walls and feasting on our bones. I was taught that peasants have a tendency to exaggerate their suffering due to sloth and weakness of spirit, but this young man... Vermilion thorns pierce every centimeter of his body, and gray shackles bind his hands, feet, and neck. There are no lies in his words, only terror and desperation without ends. You're telling me people are seeing evil spirits? Yes, others are going feral and attacking their loved ones, and then there's... People say that in some settlements, well, they've stopped upholding the law altogether. Imperial law and the law of basic human decency. People are turning into animals. Who is behind the rebels? Your lordship, I beg you, don't ask me that. I can't sell out my brethren. It's over for me, but the others, I won't betray them. There will be no ending to the war on this planet until I get a handle on the situation. But to do that, I need to meet with your leader. As long as you keep your word. I've never been in their camp, none of us have. Only the chief saw one person from their base. He came a few times, bringing weapons and orders. He said he represented a greater force than we could imagine. And he said that the governor's dogs will pay for their reprisals in the settlements. But that's not where they're hidden. They keep their distance from ordinary folks. Alright. We have it all worked out so that if anyone gets caught, the others aren't caught with them. But I swiped the chiefs of Vox. I thought after I killed the governor, I could use the message coordinates to find in the base and hide out there. The boy retrieves a Vox from his pocket and holds it out to you with a shaking hand. That's everything I know, your lordship. Get up and come with me. I give you my word as rogue trader, you will live. Rebel looks at you in bewilderment and then bows low before you. When he speaks, his voice trembles. Your lordship, thank you. Thank you for this kindness. I never thought I'd survive this. The officer of the wardens casts a disdainful look over the rebel before turning his gaze on you. Your lordship, I honor your bravery. Please allow me to get rid of this rat for you. Escort this man safely to the perimeter of the estate. He is free to go. A dumbfounded expression appears on the officer's face. With the deepest respect, your lordship, the officer thinks better of his next words and abruptly bows. It will be done. Thank you, your lordship. Without your patronage, I would already be dead. They just take him to the perimeter of the property and just shoot him. It's like, the rogue trader probably won't come over here. They'll never know. In fact, shoot him 75 more times, just to be certain.
Laboratory is blessed with multifunctionality.
Venture forth.
Deceased arms and face are covered in small boils that ooze cloudy pus even after death. Yuck.
Marching ahead.
That's a horrible visual. The stooped man wearing a cloak of the Adeptus Administratum is reviewing information on a data slate, while his quietly whirring mechanical arms fill a long scroll with writing. Upon noticing you, the man stretches his thin lips into a smile and deferentially bows. The light in the eyes of the servo skull hovering over his right shoulder gently pulsates. Your Lordship, what an honor it is to address you in person. Allow me to introduce myself. Attilius Quint, Prefectus of the Officio Agricultae. I will preserve the records of our conversation forever. What record of our conversation? Your Lordship, I painstakingly record every conversation with high-ranking personages, and afterwards I fill out all 7 accompanying fours personally. Attilius rolls up his completed scroll in a practiced gesture, stows it away, and pulls out a new one. Your words and judgments are in good hands. Attilius's mechanical finger fly over the scroll as he fills in another line, and of course what great fortune it is to see for the very first time in all my years of service an emissary of the Navis Nobilite here on Janus. I humbly welcome the esteemed Cassia Tesifia Evriala, Lady Navigator of House Orselio. Everything from her condescending gaze and confident bearing to her calm but commanding voice marks Cassia as the heiress of a great bloodline. Awestruck, the secretary writes down each letter of her name with particular fastidiousness. Laudable foresight. I thank you. Moments such as the appearance of a rogue traitor must be preserved for posterity. What do you think of Vistenza Viat? The governor is a superb leader. She possesses an excellent grasp of all matters and never uses an incorrect form for a given situation. I do not pry into her personal affairs, but if I may speak plainly, a lady who fills out paperwork with such finesse cannot be a bad person in my view. What do you have to say about the governor's helper, Yurliet? To be honest, your lordship, I find her presence most distressing. Of course, I would never gainsay the wisdom of the governor, who, if not she, could perceive the true worth of a person, even if that person is a mutant. Moreover, Yurliet's particular abilities could be an interesting subject of study for the Magos Biologus. Biologus? Biologus makes more sense. That elongated head shape, those eyes, judging by the skull that was given to me to send on to footfall, such developmental anomalies on Janus are not a quirk of nature, but some kind of inheritable trait. What skull are you talking about? A most remarkable item, I must say. A true anomaly. One moment. After rummaging in a nearby container, Attilius draws out a parcel which he immediately unwraps. Here it is. I believe the finished piece was intended to be given as a gift to the governor, but under the current circumstances, I doubt I will be able to send it to Footfall anytime soon. Pascal's mechadendrites reach towards Attilius with interest, seeming to unnerve him a little. Adequately preserved, it is a pity that it is empty inside. It could have become a proper servo skull herald for the rogue trader. Unorthodox. Oh, Pascal, you are so fucked up. Yeah, please get the severed head out of my face, please. Oh yes, of course. Of course. Attilius hurriedly returns the skull to the container. What are your duties here? By the grace of the God Emperor, I oversee the administrative apparatus on the planet and serve as secretary. I am also responsible for the logistics related to supplying the planets of the von Valancius dynasty and the timely payment of tithes to the Imperium's official collectors. Speaking of the von Valancius dynasty, when were the last shipments sent out? Oh, your lordship, our supply shipments are all in order. All foodstuffs and other items are ready for export and are simply awaiting the arrival of the transport ships. However, given the current circumstances on the planet, Janus could not provide even one tranche more than what is already prepared. I am certain the situation will be rectified in the near future. When did the collector ships last come to Janus? Oh, your lordship, I must confess that as yet I have not had the pleasure of filling out a sacred tithe protocol form, as the last Imperial ship to come here did so under my predecessor. Come to think of it, that would have been several decades ago. I do hope logisticians responsible for such an unforgivable oversight lose their heads over this. That seems a bit much. That's enough. As you wish, your lordship. Oh my god, this guy talks so much. Tell me about Janus. What is happening on the planet? Alas, your lordships, rebellion have caused us too many problems in recent times. The rebels are interfering with established processes, interrupting supplies, sabotaging the serfs' work. A few nobles have even been killed, and worst of all, some of the victims occupied important administrative posts. Yes, that's the worst part. Until the replacement pass their checks, complete all their induction forms, and go through the official appointment procedure, important paperwork is going unsigned. It's a bureaucratic catastrophe. If things continue in this vein, I dare not even imagine what it could lead to. There are worlds that are ravaged by a war for generations, your lordship. Like that deranged planet by the nameless star, so close to our own peaceful system. The inhabitants there supposedly live under the patronage of rogue trader Winterscale. I shudder to think what he has created there. I want to know the details. Where have the rebels struck and how? Of course. I would be delighted to furnish you with all the information I have. In the last few months, 15 organized attacks and 7 terrorist attacks have been perpetrated. Irrigation equipment has been sabotaged in agrarian sectors 3 to 5, transport routes 2 to 7, 413. Transport routes 2, 7, 413, and also, I suppose this will not tell you much, please. With a fussy gesture, he presses several buttons on his data slate screen, and a 3-dimensional map with coordinates of the attacks appears on your cogitator. The data is superbly collated, and the map clearly displays the actions of the rebels. At first glance, there seems to be no logic to their campaign, but after analyzing the data and the features of the terrain, you notice a clear system indicating a geographical pattern to their attack. Who is directing the rebels? Does anyone know? Rebels are well armed and well trained. What's more, the governor's advisors are inclined to think that the instigators of the rebellions are very familiar with the planet's terrain and climate. My ordinates are going through registration records day and night, looking for individuals who have completed military training, but we have so far been unable to identify the scoundrel. What are you doing to combat the rebels? Our security services are tracking those who support the rebels, and our regular wardens are wiping out their saboteurs without the slightest mercy, but they keep on appearing. My scribes have been run off their feet, keeping records of all the public hearings and executions, but I am confident that the governor will find a solution soon. Hi, I'm the solution. How's it going? What do you know about the attack on the estate? Disgraceful incident, simply disgraceful. I cannot believe these scoundrels would dare to come to so close and to drag the nobility into this as well.
If they penetrated the estate, that means they had help from some worthless servant or another. Security is currently questioning the survivors, but the culprit has not been found. Yet. Tilius Quint smiles unpleasantly. I must take my leave. I look forward to meeting you again, your lordship.
Let's see this through.
Every day is
And done.
We should deal with this.
Now that's interesting. Onward to victory.
You are in the presence of House Orselio.
Iliad Lenevis greets you, Elantark.
Would you look at this? Xenos. Oh, she devoured them, mingling with humans. Don't your lot think themselves above that? Anyway, it doesn't change the fact that it's a Xenos that's been cozying up to Viet, not a mutant.
There is fear in your words. You know what I am, and so I may no longer follow the shadowed path and must be direct. My soul is nothing kin to yours. Your kind call us Xenos, as if we are all as one. I came here to protect the Lilithon by assisting the governor against her enemies. Will you hear me, or be blinded to sense by your precepts?
Why are the Eldari such assholes all the time? To be honest, the only part I understood was that you have no desire to fight. That is one thing we have in common.
I have banished the shadow of doubt from your thoughts regarding my nature. Now you will answer my question. Why have you sought me out?
So you're the governor's mysterious helper?
I am Elantark. My hand parried the death promised to the ruler of these people, and I aided you in battle against the Lost Ones.
Why are you helping the governor?
This world is in distress. I wish to protect it from unnecessary suffering.
What do you know about the rank-and-file rebels?
Only that they threaten the established order. There is much risk to this world should the ruler die.
Iliad's face is unreadable, but you detect a strange tension in her voice, as though she is choosing her words carefully. Do you know who is behind the uprisings on the planet?
There is a malevolence here that drives your kin down the path of violence.
How did you come to be on Janus?
The world you call Janus
No, it is
was once
Janus.
created by the will of my kin. I have far more right to be on the Lilithon than any of you.
Oh, okay. I don't really care. Why do you call me Elantark?
Because that is what you are. Elantark means stranger from the darkness amidst the stars. You descended on flame-winged machines in a dark time when the air of the planet is soaked in blood and pain. Will you be the one to bring peace to the Lilithon?
The rebel that survived talked about strange experiments being conducted on the people of Janus. It is said that people are brought to the estate and never seen again. Do you know anything about that?
I witnessed prisoners being delivered to the rear doors under cover of darkness, but what became of them I know not. And it is not my concern what you humans do to your fellows.
Juliet touches a sparkling gem on her chest as though checking it is there. I examined the bodies of the rebels. They showed traces of mutation. Is that typical for Janus?
This world was pure until your kind sullied it with its presence. The Lilithon does not possess such powers. Another force must be at play. Elentark, everything you have told me stirs doubt and alarm in my soul. I must take time to contemplate. Do not disturb me further.
Juliet turns away from you, clearly burdened by her thoughts.
Let's seize the moment.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Venture forth.
Hunger's Hand. Which one is it that is this one? Draped in a red cloak, the Magos' body barely looks human. Wires, tubes, and metal manipulators turn him into a whimsical machine, while implants hide his face behind a sinister mask. The tech priest intermittently dictates something in Technolingua to the servo skulls floating next to him. But at your approach, he falls silent and offers a reserved bow. Greetings, your lordship. Lex Mechanic Vinzelix. How may I serve you? Pascal and the Lex Mechanic exchange trails of binary greeting. The series of sounds issued by Vinzelix sound much longer and more deferential than those of Pascal. I found this on the body of a dead rebel. Can you tell me anything about these specimens? Your blessing for the examination, Magos. The Lex Mechanic waits respectfully until Pascal nods. Tech Priest studies the dried berries and goes still. You hear the distinct click as his cerebral cogitators process this information. Creeping Creeweed, a typical plant of the Western Hemisphere. We have studied the possibility of industrial cultivation, but the process was found to be inefficient due to the specific requirements of the soil, which is found in the right composition only in the archipelagos of the planet. How many servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus are there on the planet? According to the data stored in my cogitator, all infrastructure nodes for food harvesting and processing have their own contingent of technomats. The total number of amounts to 253. Correction, based on the latest data, the figure is 211 units. We will speak later, as you wish.
Marching ahead.
My pleasure.
Summertime when the weather stands. Hearing your footsteps, the elderly servant grabs an injector and stabs it into his arm. The area around the needle immediately starts turning black. You're too late, Viat's dogs. I am the master of my own fate. But when he gets a better look at you, the man drops the injector in astonishment and seems poised to prostrate himself on the floor before you. It's you, your lordship. The God Emperor must have brought you here. I begged you, help the rebels and save Janus. He doubles up, hugging himself, and is racked by coughing that leaves his lips wet with blood. Forgive me, your lordship. If only I'd known it was you. My eyes deceived me. We have little time now, but I swear I'll tell you everything. Looking closely at the old man, the text priest utters, "Nerve toxin. The inevitable cessation of vital function is expected in no more than 60 seconds. Silent clicks emitted by the visor indicate an ongoing Pict recording." Throne damn you, old man. Where did you get this stuff? Poison capsules of this sort are a popular choice among desperate ashmags who are done with being tortured by mad fanatics or worse. Here on Janus, though, there's no antidote. Ibella picks up a drop of poison from the needle with her claw and carefully puts it on her tongue. She makes an approving sound. A strong toxin. We apply something similar to the lips of new initiates of the blood-spun web. It kills minor nerves and purges one's sensitivity to pain. For this layman, though, it is a certain and violent death. Say whatever it is you want to say and be quick about it. In the name of the Golden Throne, your lordship, show mercy on the humble servants, the salt of Janus. Save them. Vistenza Viat, the untouchable governor and the leader of the nobility, is creating something monstrous behind closed doors. She uses the Imperium's interests as a smokescreen and purports to be a scholar, but her actions are poisoning our planet. Did you know that the settlements that fail to pay their due tithes on time have been allowed to pay with people instead? They even deliver them to order, sometimes old folks, sometimes children. He lowers his voice to a whisper and leans towards you. I've seen those people. I've seen them being delivered to the estate, and then they're never seen or heard from again. They go into the secret rooms and don't come out, your lordship. Ever. Peasants who were taken to Uruk V to serve House Orselio were never seen or heard from again either. They became loyal servants and toiled for the good of a great dynasty. Why should they ever return to their filthy, squalid abodes? The old servant lets out a moan. The dark stain on his arm seems to creep through his veins until his arm and neck are a latticework of black. The servant's breath quickens and becomes irregular. What secret rooms? Hidden chambers deep within the palace. I've never been inside, thankfully. The servants who are allowed in, the ones the governor trusts, they change. She changes them, pretties them up, defiles them. I'm not sure I'll last long enough to answer all your questions. What else is going on in... Oh, fuck. Damn it! Well, I just asked the same question twice. Fuck. Your lordship, if you'll permit a dying man to make one last request, don't tell anyone that I was the one who unlocked the doors. If you do, they'll go after my family, my home. I will keep your secret. Please save us. Save Janus. The servant rasps violently and collapses on his side, racked with convulsions. Have a good nap. Old man. Once this attack is below 20, the enemy's dodge is also. I'll just do Call the Bold. Reveal the light. Sure. We'll just go with that. Vanguard gains +10, +2 times the number of yielding beacon stacks. Parry until their next turn. Whenever the Vanguard parries an enemy attack, immediately make an attack of opportunity with a -20 penalty to weapon skill against that enemy. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Take that. Let's take more athletics. Yeah. Alright.
Let's see this through.
Okay, so I think I've gotten all the stuff on this map. So if I talk to her now, am I able to do anything, or does she just be like, nuh-uh?
Stay sharp.
I thought I was able to recruit her here. So, if I don't... So what, I'm not able to... Am I just not able to recruit her? I don't know, maybe she shows up somewhere else. I thought, like, you could only recruit her here, though. And she just, like, won't
Forge
talk to
ahead,
me.
never linger.
I'm not crazy, am I? Speak. You idiot. Alright, well, let's return to the void ship and see if, I guess we'll figure it out. Oh! Well, aren't I just a fucking dumbass, then? Lontok. Iliad gestures for your attention. As you once sought my help, now I am seeking yours. The time has come to dispel the final shadows on our path. I have hidden the truth from you. I know a great deal about those who are disturbing the peace of the local ruler, and I also know where they are hiding. Allow me to show you the way, on the condition that you bring me to them. Jay lets out a faint chuckle. Your kind are usually a bit better at bargaining. Always offer what can't be obtained with torture or thrones. Why did you not say anything? No other path was open to me, but now our paths are aligned, and my decision was motivated not by caprice, but by reason, which compels me now to be honest with the person who can fix all this. Everything you have discovered, everything you have learned from your kind, they are all traces of the same calamity, a calamity that will eclipse all the strife and wars on the face of this world. All the signs were plain to see, but I was here, and the Monkai failed to recognize the coming storm. Please, follow me, Balk. You must, if this world truly matters to you. If one of the Imperium's worlds is in danger, so be it. I will follow you. Let's go, Alontok. I pray to the gods that we are not too late. Okay. Who am I dropping? Jay? Dropping Jay. Oh, I suppose. do that.
Let's seize the moment.
Soon see for yourself,
I
Alantag.
considered these forests my home for a time, but I still feel myself a stranger here.
Marching ahead. Challenging me was a mistake.
It's the last time he saw Cav. Damn it, we're under attack. Kill the intruders. Yep, alright, well, we'll see how well that goes for you. Stop! Lower your weapons! Shit.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'd like everyone to come over here, please. Thank you, that's great.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Forward. A costly mistake. Done and done. Not my area of expertise. Costly mistake. Poised for action.
Do,
I know
do,
what to
do,
do.
do, 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 do,
My
do,
wrath.
do, do. Just gonna kill everything, turn one.
I define the outcome. Done and done. As said, so done. I know what to do. Let's see this through.
I have failed my kin.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Now that was easy.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Stay sharp.
I sense something nearby.
Perfect. Always striving for greatness.
Over there.
My Actions speak louder than words. Onward to victory.
All automatic weapons by 50%. Sure.
Showing up uninvited? How improper.
So timid, so reticent. How could the seed of evil truly have taken root in them as well? Cause they hungry? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes they're just something wants to eat. Also, I mean, usually nothing that has tentacles on its face is ever, like, you know, friendly, or nice, or good. Okay.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Contemplate your weakness. As said so. You clearly are outmatched.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
If I must. This tedium is beneath me.
Oh shit, whoops, I fucked up, used the wrong ability. I'm stupid.
Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary convoy. Suffering is part of the trial.
They won't expect this. Let's set this in motion.
Oh, they both get to just attack me. That's fucking stupid. Okay. Even though I'm using the ability on myself. Sure, alright.
That is how it's done.
That is incredibly infuriating.
The shadows will see it done.
Done and done.
Aim for the heart next time. Trust me. As the tenets demand, I shall not fail. The shadows will come. The other side awaits. Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
Well, that wasn't too bad. Next tower was assembled from parts clearly not intended for such a use. Among the support beams and plasteel sheets, you see arcs from the containers and fastened from Aggie's cisterns.
Venture forth.
I see.
An expected result. Experience. Nothing matters
Nope,
more.
shit. Sorry.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Your execution is assured.
I will take you down.
Hmm. 19 units. That's a lot of boys. That's a whole lot of dudes. Gonna have to kill them all.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Boost.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
One step ahead. As said, so done. Costly mistake. They won't expect this. Contemplate your...
Yeah, I should have used this first. That's
As said, so done.
dumb on my part.
Let's get to it.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Hold on.
Right, now I have a million movement speed here. They have a sniper somewhere, don't they? Yeah, there they are, you little rat piece of shit.
I am your blade and shield. The shadows reveal their secrets.
Don't mind me, just coming up here to just stab the ever-loving piss out of you.
Trust me. I will not die in dishonor. As the tenets demand. as honor ordains. Trust me.
Hit him where it hurts. Oh, come on! Oh, I can
As
do pain
honor
resistance,
ordains.
I think, to... Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's stupid.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Here we go. Let's get to it. Out of my way.
I've...
I need you to get out of here.
Another soul
Thank you.
slips beyond the veil. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Follow my lead. I will do my duty. It will be done. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
That won't stop me. I know what to do. You didn't see that one coming, did you? Easy. Done and done. Witness my resolve. Costly mistake.
Let's see, how many? 6. It's quite a few. There are a lot of fucking enemies between me
They
and
won't expect this.
this fight.
Count me out. Just. I said so done. That is how it's done. I know what to do. A costly mistake. Easy. Done and done.
Spin. Alright, I think that's all my uses now.
Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binary override. My vow is to serve.
If I may,
As the tenets demand. Death is a blessing. I shall not fail. Trust me.
Okay, well.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Taking damage to bulk.
As honor ordains. Ha! The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
I'm here, maggot.
Nope.
Serves your cause.
Let's make it quick.
High momentum.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty.
Nothing can catch me off guard. Consider that off limits.
Oh, they've limited it to you can only use one. Oh. Is that always the case? I thought it was...
You clearly are outmatched. I know what to do.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Request approved. Insignificant value.
Oh, here come these dumbasses. Stop, my kin. It is I. It is me. Dickhead McGee.
Emperor, give me strength. this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Try to die with grace, at least. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Fate shapes my actions.
I shall not killing brings me no pleasure. The undying Emperor whispers his will. If I must. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. This tedium is beneath me.
Down he goes.
If it serves your cause.
Let's get to it.
Oh, that was not smart. Can I hit him from here? I can. Goodbye.
No foe too great. They won't expect that. That's how it's done.
Juliet's usually dispassionate face is contorted in a grimace of pain and rage. Your elucidator activates when she begins speaking in her own language. I swear on Kane's riven heart, Moiraine will pay for your treachery. May Moraig sunder your fate and cast it away. May the blood of Eldanesh flood your throat. Oh well. Who knew a tempest was raging beneath that unruffled surface? Juliet closes her eyes, sucks in a breath through her teeth, and quickly murmurs something. When she opens her eyes, her face is once again a mask of cool serenity. She looks at you and begins to speak, this time in low Gothic. Please excuse me, Alantak. I allowed the turmoil in my soul to win out over my reason. A slip like that could cost me more than you can even imagine. My very soul. I must be more careful, even in the face of treachery. Isn't it time you told me what's going on here? I see no other path. You deserve the truth. We call ourselves the children of Asuryan. Eldari is another name of ours. We are the echoes of the great empire that once ruled the galaxy and created new worlds. The planet that you call Janus is one such maiden world, the Lilithian. Lilithan. A haven that our ancestor made for their kin. For many millennia, only the shadows of our predecessors lived among the ruins, until you humans came here. We are the heirs, and we are entirely within our rights to call the maiden world our own. However, our arrival is a tragedy, not a homecoming. Sorrow seeps into Juliet's voice. We belonged to craft world Krudarach, which fell on the border of this star region. Only the providence of the merciful gods allowed us to escape the fate that befell those whose souls perished amidst the stardust along with our abode. Destroying an Eldari craft world is a serious achievement. I'd like to shake the hand of whoever did it. Abelard, I appreciate you, buddy, but maybe not the time to say that. His Pascal, his green visor flashing with interest. Pascal carefully clarifies. Which border, exactly? You don't need to know that, Iron Monkai. I am aware of your looting practices. After the calamity, the Lilithan offered my kin a sanctuary, a place of respite in the ruins of our ancestors, under the canopy of the forest created by the wisdom of our world singers, living alongside your kind who reap the fruits of our labor with such vulgarity. You came to Janus along with the rest of the Eldari? No, my path brought me to Lilithan later. Juliet hesitates. By another route. Sorry, just gotta do one quick little thing here. It was Muran who welcomed me here. He was one of the surviving Farseers of Krudarak. He was with a handful of Asuryani who had escaped death and found the path here, to the destroyed cradle of our kind. They were outraged when they saw how the Monkai had ravaged our flourishing garden. How are your kin connected to the uprising on the planet? The Suryani do not enter battle they cannot win. However, it is in our power to direct the currents so that the elements themselves wash obstacles and enemies from our path. And so it was in this case. Muran, the Farseer from Krudarak, saw a future without the Monkai, and we followed his lead. We simply used the Monkai's passions against them, their love of freedom and anarchy, their love of domination and violence. Stoking enmity between servants and rulers is easier when your targets are governed by emotion rather than reason. My kin became military advisors to the Monkai who rose up against the ruler of this world. I had a different mission, to become Vistenza's handler, since the rebels would be unable to get to her until both sides were sufficiently weakened. The ruler of the humans had never seen a child of a Surian before, and so she accepted the lie about a degenerate branch of Monkai dwelling far from their own kind. Wow. Imagine being that stupid. It's like, yes, the 6-foot-tall old creature with pointed ears. Yeah, that's clearly human. Why wouldn't it be? Why did your own kind attack you? I do not know the answer to that question. Juliet lowers her head. Many cycles have passed since I departed these forests, and my kin, they cannot have forgotten me, can they? Why are you telling me all this? What brought on this candor? Lantak, your arrival has thrown my paths into disarray, and lifted the veil on the truth that had been hidden from me. While I was shadowing the humans' ruler, I failed to see the signs. Signs that there was another threat looming over the Lilithan besides the Monkai's deeds. The threat should be familiar to you as it is to other intelligent species in the galaxy. We call it Selan Thresh, she who thirsts goddess of chaos, aka Slaanesh. Are the names the Eldari give to the chaos god Slaanesh, their ultimate enemy. Slaanesh is the god of passion, excess, and forbidden pleasures, and is known for his fickle and treacherous nature. Disfigurements, it seems you call these mutations, are the surest sign of this threat. By mutilating living forms, this malevolent power subjugates them and bends them to its will. You have seen the deformities in the faces of those who are close to Lilithan's body than others, the rebels who hide under the canopy of these forests. The Monkai are weak in spirit, they are susceptible to the proposition of she who thirsts, and in their drive to attain her poison gifts, they perform perverse rituals in her name. Rituals that require sacrifices, like the Monkai who were brought to the palace and never seen again. The signs that have been revealed to me, they all indicate the presence of corruption on this world. Tendrils of corruption may be threading through the world spirit, poisoning it even as we speak. But for corruption to take hold of the planet so quickly requires effort. Effort directed by the will of another. Iliad pauses. I believe Vistenza Viat is in the thrall to the will of Cylon Thresh. What? Vistenza Viat? The governor who has duly served the dynasty and the Imperium for decades? Balk, I hope you will not stand for such scurrilous slander aimed at one of your finest servants. As lamentable as it may be, the Imperium's history knows many cases where even the most steadfast followers of the Creed would turn away from his light. Governor Viat had to tap into many fonts of knowledge to turn Janus into a prosperous agri-world. Perhaps one of those fonts became her undoing. If Vistenza is to blame, then why haven't you gone to the palace and killed her already? There's only one crime graver than serving Cylon Thresh. It is betraying the children of Asuryan for her benefit. Moran saw the paths, he beheld the future. How could he not see the dark stain on its face? How could he fail to do everything in his power to rid the Lilithan of this canker? Iliad's voice grows angrier, more piercing. Before I rip this poisoned seed from the Lilithan's body, I will make Muran answer me. Maybe Vistenza is tainted from consorting with the archenemy. We will need to find out for ourselves. Perhaps the signs I uncovered have failed to convince you. I pray to the gods that other proof, something more comprehensible to you, will emerge to sway your opinion. Cylon Thresh is deceitful and cunning. She subtly penetrates the soul, offering false perfection, luring victims into her web with promises of a wicked ideal. The ruler of the Monkai perhaps does not even know that her soul has been corrupted. If we want to meet with the leaders of the uprising, we better keep moving. Well, alrighty then. What I want is for the chaos gods to leave me, and I'll love my planets alone. You know, as much as I love like Warhammer 40K's like deep and like, you know, fun aesthetic, there is something really hilarious about like how the lore kind of like
This ocular implant was
eats
a work
itself
of art.
alive.
Now that was easy.
Because like so much of the time it's like, ah yes, the warp is corrupted by all of these like ow?
Always striving for
I
greatness.
guess I didn't see that one. Alright then.
Outstanding. Now back to the front line.
Watch your steps.
Harbored higher expectations.
Okay then. But so the thing that always bugs me is I think we just put those on immediately. So much of the lore is like, oh, you know, like humanity is far too gone, everything's too screwed, everyone's like afraid and fearful, and it feeds the chaos gods and everything, and it's like, right, I get all that. The slight problem I have with it is the fact that it's like,
Onward to victory.
how is this like a benefit to the chaos gods?
Reality had different plans.
Also, can I stop fucking up these checks?
I will find a way to repay you.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail? I have failed my kin.
Wow, I'm just sucking on these checks.
Never linger.
What the hell? Just what the fuck was that?
No! These ruby flushes are choking me!
There is only death. Yours
what is
or
bur-
mine.
Okay.
The songs of my ancestors speak of stars long forgotten and worlds long gone. What a shame that you lack the capacity to understand even a single note.
Thanks, Yurliet. That's really a
I forged my
shitty
own
thing to say.
Careful now.
We are not done yet.
You have offered me another chance.
Brace yourself.
My frail organics
We are
require
not done yet.
Do you think my body was suffering?
increased.
Brace yourself.
Though I gave thee
We are
my
not
blood
done
and my
yet.
pain, thou hast
I'm
ordained that I
grateful.
shall live.
There. Much better.
House
Stay sharp.
Orselio thanks
We are
you.
not done yet.
I can see bright colors again.
There. Much better.
I'm
Okay, there we go.
grateful.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Keep your guard up.
Can't wait to fail this one too.
My actions speak
Oh
louder
my
than
god.
words.
Finally. Yeah, I just think it's I just think a lot of the
Unexpected
writing
result.
in Warhammer 40K is like kind of like it eats at itself because like so much of it is grim, dark, and sad, and it's like because of that, it's like I feel like
All souls cry
people
out for
like, you know,
salvation.
grab
What I
onto the
mean is,
characters
much
that
appreciated.
have any semblance of like fun going on,
Forth.
like Kaifus Kane, stuff like that. And people also do love like the tragic characters, but it's just like
Perfect.
when it's all just like it feels like so much of the time it takes itself too seriously. And I don't know. Sometimes it's to its own detriment. But I mean, that's also kind of part of the charm. You can't really change it.
If I may,
So then you're just making something that's not Warhammer.
if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I know what to do. Easy. I know what to do. Onward to victory.
Keep a sharp eye. None are better at searching.
Always striving for greatness. My actions speak louder than words.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail?
Alrighty. Now deal with the rest of the pointy-eared dumbasses. A tall being in a fine long garment turns to you, their face hidden behind the blank visor of their helmet. When they begin to speak, even from a distance you feel the air around the figure grow cold. Monkai, you should not be here. Iliette strides forward with her eyes flashing. Muran, I am calling you to account. You said that the great danger threatening the Lilithan lurked in the hearts of the Monkai, in their greed and ignorance. And all the while, another enemy was looming over this world, an enemy whose tracks you should have seen in things to come. Silent Thresh, she who thirsts, is threatening this world, and you hid it from us. Answer me, did you or did you not behold our greatest foe in the Lilithan's future? Did you lie to me? After Iliette's words, the two tall Eldari behind Muran start moving. One looks around at the leader while the other lets out a cry muffled under his visor. The rebel beside you cringes, as though the Eldari's speech causes him pain. He strains to say something, but Muran, I don't really care. Or Moron makes an imperious gesture, and the soldier meekly straightens up and salutes, staring at the Xenos with slavish devotion. The rogue figure inclines their head, and they begin to speak. Iliette the outcast, you left the path that was set out for you. You brought unknown Monkai to our refuge, and now you speak to me with unseemly anger. Your long wanderings far from Krugerak have altered your mind and tainted your sight. I'll just say nothing for now. My wanderings are the path I have chosen for myself. Far from the walls of Krugerak, I have seen and come to know things that no other Eldari could, hidden away in a craft world their entire life. Why do you deny my words about Silent Thresh? Is it because you were lying to me and my kin when you showed us the true path? This Alantak was the first person to discover the coming of Silent Thresh. One of those whom the Monkai call Chaos Gods. Without him, I would still be deceived by your words about destiny and the true future. Monkai revealing paths it's ludicrous. Monkai bring pain and strife in our time and for all time. How can you trust a Monkai after what we taught you, after hearing the sorrowful song of the dying world? Moron turns his head towards you. It was not chance that brought Krugerak down. Monkai destroyed our ancient home, stripped us of our defenses, doomed us to wander amidst the cold stars. The colors of these Xenos are painful to behold. But there is just as much pain in their hearts, or could it be fear? Despair? I cannot tell, the hues are too strange, too... Cassia flinches, and a trickle of blood runs down her cheek. I'm sorry to hear your home was destroyed, but I wasn't there and know nothing of this calamity. Moron gazes at you intently. If these words had come from an Eldari, I would have believed them, but you are merely a Monkai, a plaything of your own passions. Any emotion that takes hold of your soul can drive out all trace of reason and honor. You are playing with words and avoiding the question. Notes of desperation and rage are creeping into Yurliat's voice now. The Lilithan is under threat from our eternal foe, and yet you're more concerned about the presence of the Alantak than the corruption that is flowing through the veins of this world. Did you never consider that your war might simply be hastening Silenthresh's triumph? Perhaps the ruler's servant, in their efforts to protect her, will resort to more and more instruments of corruption. Moron leans down over Yurliat, his tone menacing. You left Krudarak in our darkest hour to gratify your ego. You came to us on Lilithan, and I accepted you as one of our own. I even gave you a real purpose. Yurliat the Outcast, and you dare to insult me, a Farseer? It was a mistake to let you into our circle. You have turned our efforts to survive into dust with your own hands. I am a child of Asurian, moron, not a plaything in the cold hands of fate, which you claim speaks through your mouth. My choice of path is no worse than yours or any other Eldari's, and my path calls me to fight our true enemies, not eradicate the Monkai. If it comes to it, I will stand with them, for this Alantek can see what you are blind to, Farseer. Yurliat's eyes are light with fury. She pointedly lays her hands on her weapon, looking away from the Farseer. My duty is to protect my worlds and my vassals. If Janus is being threatened by the archenemy, I will fight to the end. The words of a creature whose will is ruled by momentary whims. There is nothing you can do to make me believe in the strength of your convictions. Not at the rebels. What have you done to these people? They believe that you are, they believe you are their commanders. The Monkai believe they are serving fellow members of their tribe. They're wise and noble chiefs. My gift is potent enough to ensure that the Monkai hiding in these forests see us as humans rather than children of Asurian, and see your primitive structures rather than the traces of our kind. Yeah, you know, in this one instance, fuck these guys. Come to your senses, servant of the God Emperor. Throw off this cursed fog of sorcery and stand with me against the Xenos, against these enemy of humanity. What? The man shudders, screws up his face, and after a second stares around in bewilderment, as if seeing everything for the first time. By the God Emperor, there. Moron utters a florid curse and calls his kin to battle.
Blood runs, anger rises, death awakes, war calls.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Poised for action. action. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Easy. A costly mistake.
A pitiful attempt.
As said, so done.
If I may,
I will not fail the
Done
craft.
and done.
Good night, dumb little piece of crap.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Do.
I know what to do.
A pitiful attempt.
That is how it's done. Let's set this in. You clearly are outmatched. A costly mistake.
Well, that was pretty easy. Iliad surveys the field of battle. May the gods guard us against pride and wandering in the vagaries of fate. Are you all right? All right? I'm overcome with grief and anger and anguish, but if I give free rein to my emotions, I will be imbibing it. The thing that already entangled the Lilithon, and it seems befuddled the mind of the one who was called to lead my kin. My kin have trusted the visions of Farseers for millennia to show us our path through amidst the stars, but throughout my life on the Cruderach, I have too often seen knowledge of things to come, as changeable and capricious as deep water currents. Weave chains around the bodies of those of fear to enter murky waters. That is why I became an outcast, renouncing the traditions of the Cruderach and leaving its confines to seek out my own path. Perhaps the Cruderach's demise filled Moron with so much sorrow that it poisoned his mind. Or perhaps it was hatred for the Monkai who desiccated the face of the Lilithon that plunged his mind into darkness. Or perhaps Cylon Thresh herself was playing Farseer, appearing amidst her poisoned gardens. Juliet begins speaking more quietly, though harshness breaks through in her voice at times. I will never learn the answer to this question, but perhaps if I uncover the secret of Cruderach's demise, I might be able to lift the veil even a little on this mystery. There's nothing more to be done here. Time to return to the shuttle. Urliat gives you a long studying look. Wait, Lantak, before you leave these forests forever, take me with you to the distant suns. The tale of the children of Asurion on the Lilithon is coming to an end, but somewhere out there, among the cold stars of the cosmos that your kind calls the Expanse, there are others, deprived of home, lost, suffering. Juliet shuts her eyes, and grief twists her finely sculpted features. We can help one another, Lantak. You will be my wings, and I your wounding spear, and your voice of reason, should you encounter my kin. If that is still not enough, Juliet thinks for a moment and continues carefully. I promise you a wondrous reward, Lantak. The treasures of my world hidden in the vastness of space in exchange for the rescue of my kin, if you remain true to your word and do not go back on our covenant. It is an honor to welcome an Eldari wanderer into my ranks. The Eldari shifts slightly and lowers her head. A ghost of a smile appears on her lips. My heart sings at the thought of the Lilithon's approaching liberation, but we must not rest while Cylon Thresh's servants still mar the face of the maiden world. And remember your promise, Lantak. When we leave the Lilithon, it will be to go to the distant stars. Moron saw them in his visions, and they sang mournful songs about the fate of my people. I will fight beside you until the song of the stars turns into a funeral Lament. As for the surviving rebels are panting heavily, catching their breath after the battle. It lasted 1 round and I killed everyone. What the fuck are you talking about? One by one, they look at you expectantly. People of Janus, you have suffered enough. The Xenos have been taken care of. Now it is time to free yourself from the chaos-worshipping governor. Jubilant cries shake the forest. The survivors shout out your name, praising the rogue traitor and gabbing promises of eternal loyalty. It seems that with the removal of the Eldari, an unseen weight has been lifted from their shoulders. Okay, sure. Executioner's melee attack inflicts 6 levels of bleeding on all targets hit. Any critical hits inflict 9 levels of bleeding on their target instead of 6 levels. Go with deep laceration. Sure, why not? Yeah, sure, that seems good. If the navigator's perception's higher, no. Sure, we'll just do that. Yeah, we'll just do that. More armor, more parry rate is always good. Suffers damage from a damage over time effect. The executioner regains +3 wounds. How many wounds is this? Your toughness bonus divided by 2. Or so their turn still has temporary wounds. They're healed for 9. Well, how is this decided? 15% of their maximum wounds. So that will literally just heal you up once you get to your... Immediately suffer is equal to character's level divided by 10. So if I get to here, I can just apply that to everything immediately, which is really broken. Basically will full heal me every single time, which is really good. Yeah, I suppose we'll do that. And then Medicae.
Let's see this through.
Okay. Okay, collect all the things. That's it. I'm gonna take a quick couple minutes here because I haven't eaten for 5 hours, so I will be right back. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick like 5 minutes. Alright. Let's get back to it.
Marching ahead.
Alrighty. The door guard bows obsequiously. Lord Von Valancius, we are most delighted to welcome you as our guest. Would your lordship prefer to speak to the governor alone or with your entourage? My entourage will accompany me in my meeting with the governor. Greetings, your lordship. How may I be of assistance? She flinches when she notices Kybella standing at your side. A death cultist? My, how unexpected. Must someone face severe punishment in the Emperor's name? Someone always does. As for who and when, the Undying One will tell. Kybella responds with dignity, seemingly oblivious to how sinister her words sound. You neglected to mention the strange changes in the planet's fauna and flora. Magos Vinzelex is a very wise man, but his fixation on evolutionary processes seems a little extreme to me. Janus was heavily cultivated, forests were cleared, and mountains raised across half of the planet. It is no surprise that we are still noticing the consequences of those changes. It's possible that the plant mutations are connected to waste runoff from the harvesting equipment, and the change in wildlife behavior could be a reaction to the expansion of the cultivated area. Vistenza shakes her head with a laugh. Are you surprised by my knowledge on the topic? Our whole dynasty has dedicated itself to taming Janus, this plentiful yet stubborn planet. Every member of the Viet bloodline is versed in the fundamentals of planetary engineering and its consequences. Rumors have reached me about oddities among Janus's population. I don't deny it. Some of our experiments exact a higher toll on the population than others. You see, recently one of the noble families of Janus has taken on the difficult task of enhancing the attributes of our workers. So far, it has involved introducing experimental supplements to their food and mental conditioning in monitoring supplements. In monitored settlements. Sometimes procedures are disrupted and part of the population suffers from side effects. The specialists of the Gravaz family would be better placed to inform you on this topic, but alas, they are currently engaged in the field. You are forcing settlements to pay their tithes in human bodies. What? Really, Bao? You speak as if you actually believe the claims of those wretched peasants. I do not ask anyone to pay the tithes in human bodies. I am reducing the burden on the settlements which have suffered as a result of unsuccessful experiments involving enriched food. And I'm gathering the worst affected subjects, those who are no longer capable of work, for further study. Some among my circle would call such concern for the underclass a weakness which may have incited rebellion among the emboldened rabble. Theobald and Felix tried to limit the effect my powers had on the lowborn servants of Uric 5. The station's laboratoriums ran experiments on those who had the misfortune of losing their minds because of my gift. These tests increased our servants' lifespan, and then they joined Felix's side. What do you grow on Janus? Mainly Helican flint corn and red turnip. Apart from that, in the southern hemisphere we have set aside vast tracts of land for the Grox population, and of course I cannot fail to mention the several thousand acres of tilled land given over to cultivate fermentable fruit for personal use and limited export. I found the rebels' nest, Vistenza. Have you really, your lordship, and what have you learned? Everything, Vistenza. I know everything, and now you have one chance to beg for mercy. Your lordship, but I have no idea what you're talking about. You've woven your web of deceit in vain. You can no longer hide behind the veil of ignorance. Belk has seen the evidence of your deeds, heard the cries of the tormented Lilithon, walked amidst the decay that you brought to the maiden world. Enough of your lies, chaos wretch. Juliet, Vistenza exclaims breathlessly, how dare you, you filthy vermin. I will have you flayed for that outburst. Your lordship, what is going on? The colors are darting to and fro like startled shadows. The colors know that they are the veil that stands between the soul and the truth. If the veil falls, all will turn red and purple. Even now I can already see the muted purple seeping through. I've already heard enough, Vistenza. But if you wish me to repeat myself, we know that your loyalty lies with the ruinous powers. Vistenza clenches her teeth so hard you hear a crack. I, daughter of House Viat, governor of Janus, and citizen of the Imperium, served no one other than the Emperor in the von Valancius dynasty. And what you are accusing me of is merely a tool at my disposal, a tool that I have the power and courage to use. Do you think ordinary methods would have been enough to tame this demented planet? No, my family struggled for decades to subdue Janus once and for all, and it was all in vain. But loyal servants of those families who have resided on Janus for centuries helped me to unlock a new source of power. Ancient knowledge, secretly passed down from generation to generation, accessible to a select few, and which grants power over nature itself. How could I reject it? How could I undo all the work of my predecessors who were entrusted with Janus, who faithfully served the von Valancius dynasty, and who with a madman's obsessiveness, hewed this rock into a stunning diamond. 2 days spent among the initiated was enough for me to start hearing the voices of angels in my ears. Angels who gifted me the keys to conquering this world. Aha. And before you offend my ears with more accusations of moral admonitions, remember who has dutifully served your dynasty all these years. Remember who has devoted her life to turning Janus into the primary source of wealth in your proctorate. Remember to whom your predecessor entrusted one of her most valuable worlds without fear of treachery or conspiracy. Without me, without my service, my sacrifice, Janus would be nothing. Pascal's vox emits a pensive hiss. Behold proof of why knowledge must remain in the hands of the worthy. Many lay people are capable of possessing it, but a wise mind that is not bound by oaths or obedience to the Omnissiah is vulnerable to corruption and free thinking, even more vulnerable than the mind of an ignorant commoner. What more proof do you need, Elantak? The Monkai has confessed to her handiwork. I will not allow a miscreant like you to continue wreaking evil. You made a mistake in thinking that anyone would come to your aid on my world. Servants to me. That's right. What are you gonna do? Somehow get past my bulletproof
solid steel wall. Oh, hey, look at that.
Operation successful.
I got through.
Let's seize the moment.
Anyway,
Watch your steps.
Onward to victory. Perfect.
We should deal with this.
Always striving for greatness.
Pascal, if you could please open the door. Mm-hmm.
Performing target selection ritual.
Probably just put.
I sense something nearby.
Yeah, let's put it over there and yeah, we'll just put him over there.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Bloodied, yet still standing. I know what to do. Done and done.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. What? Oh, that's bad.
To the brink of agony.
As the tenets demand. The shadows will see it done.
My soul sings in ecstasy.
Running binary conflict.
I am unsatisfied. I bring ruin.
A tactically sound approach. Indeed. It will be done. At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
My faith strengthens me.
Oh, good. Stun grenades. Just keep spamming stun grenades, you piece of fat shit.
My lead.
An offering of blood.
Minds exist only to be broken.
Oh, it's so annoying.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
One step ahead.
I am unsatisfied.
Just designate a target.
I only have sightlines on one target, and it's the guy that's gonna bleed out. Awesome.
Minor setback.
That is how it's done.
What the? Okay, it just skipped her turn. That's annoying.
Advancing. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I know what to do.
If I may.
I move swiftly to strike. I hear you moving no more.
It's fine. It's alright.
Death comes in silence. Caught by the web. Trust me.
Running Binaric only on Messiah condemns you.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
No foe too great.
It's time to do the old spinny, spinny, slicey, slicey, slashy, slashy, jumping, dashy.
Contemplate your weakness.
I mean,
Costly mistake.
there we go. Liette lowers her weapon, but her shoulders remain tense. She finally catches her breath, shaking her hair out of her face in a fluid motion, and looks at you. You have done your duty, Alontak. From now on, the Lilithon has hope for the future. A future without Silent Thresh and her followers. This world has yet to be cleansed, but there is a time for everything. Now is the time to thank you. I hope that's the last I'll hear about cultists on Janus. You are hoping in vain. The seed these spawn leave behind may sprout in 100 years. In other people and other deeds, I pray that I am wrong. I will most likely return to Janus in the future. I must keep an eye on my worlds. Iliad nods pensively. +10 to persuasion. Guess we'll just give that to. There we go. Sure. I'll just do this. Yeah, sure. That's fine. I do believe I will take weapon skill here. And then I can take the next rank of Psyker, which will increase my different abilities and make my weapons stronger.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
They say I have a magnetic personality. That certainly explains why I keep attracting trouble.
Grants +10 strength. Alright, yeah, sure, I'll take those.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
I do think one of the most creative one of the funniest things is like the question is always like, how do people fall for chaos? It's like, don't they figure out that it's like, it's very immediately evil? But it's like, you know, Because it doesn't start as chaos. It starts as like, oh, this is my special power that only I have access to. I am the only special power haver in the universe. Because, you know, it's a really big-ass place. There's billions upon trillions of people. And then suddenly, some dumbass is just like, no, I am the special snowflake that will save the universe. And as it turns out, nuh-uh. Secretary is shaking in fear, looking around at the devastation. Your lordship, what happened? Where is Lady Viat? The secretary stares at Iliata in horror. His face twists, but he cannot seem to get out a single word. Janus was under two distinct threats, the corruption of chaos in the form of Vienza Viat and her associates, and the Xenos who had manipulated the servants of the Imperium. I dealt with both of them. Heresy? Xenos? The secretary makes a protective gesture in the air. God Emperor, preserve us. Your lordship, you've surely saved us from our doom. We will immediately begin scouring the planet to root out any remaining conspirators and traitors. Secretary begins to speak but thinks better of it, instead choosing to step aside and bow his head as you pass.
Venture forth.
Alrighty. Back to the ship. Back to the ship. We now have control over the granaries of Janus, the promise of help given to the Liege of Footfall of Ladame. Tokara can now be fulfilled should the road trader desire to do so. We gotta go with the iconoclast option. The inhabitants of Footfall Station will praise the rogue trader who spared them the painful choice between starvation and succumbing to the reign of Incendia Corda. To welcome the rogue trader, the Adeptus Mechanicus planetary office brought to the ship an offering of several versatile macro combines, ancient machines whose carcasses have been found on Janus and carefully restored. The Sacred Steel Titans will serve the Von Valentius dynasty well. Let's see. Uh-huh. Sure, and we'll go with the Ultraquisitors. a nice little safe warp jump. And another nice little safe warp jump to the Furibunda system. My apologies, Lord Captain. The enforcers report that your pet Eldari is in a foul mood and is moving towards the captain's bridge. We didn't dare to stop her, but I expect that you have a difficult conversation ahead of you. Yeah, I gotcha. The usual junk.
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak. Asurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures? And still, one monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over. She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand, she suggested that we withdraw somewhere private. She wanted Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
My people behave contemptibly. People are horny on Maine. Sorry about that.
I accept your words, Elantak. And still, try to imagine, Elantak, being lusted after by a wild beast. It is foul, disgusting, so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
I'll speak to my subjects who will not be bothered
Your
again.
words warm my soul. Very well. I will leave now. Do not forget your promise.
Only if you promise not to fucking baby rage if someone touches your hand again. It's not that big a deal. You're also probably like 3 feet taller than any of them. You could have just kicked her ass. I think I do want Jay instead. I think that she just provides a better bonus to the team. Okay.
Marching ahead.
There you are, Opticon 22. Access has been granted to the following option. Information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals, donations. I think it's I seek friendship, right? Your usual junk. Why do you want information about planets? Omnifaceted study of the Coronis Expanse is the sacred mission operational objective of the Cognizance fleet. Information about the planets and star systems of the Coronis Expanse will be compiled, studied, and transferred to the holy repositories of Mars upon completion of the Great March of Exploration mission. This process increases the totality of knowledge and decreases the totality of ignorance in the universe. Right? Well, I have some planets for you. Here you go. With a respectful nod, the tech priest takes the data slate. The collected data is of interest, significant, compliant with the criteria for cooperation. The Cognizance fleet thanks you for the contribution and guarantees the provision of reciprocal service indulgence in the form of parts and equipment. Do it again. Do it again. Can't do it anymore. Alright.
Stay sharp.
And I suppose I go talk to the liege. Do I get anything if I talk to him? No fucking clue, but we'll see. Your lordship, the first ships from Janus have already arrived. The station is no longer facing famine or the predatory interest of the Corda dynasty. I must admit, right up until the last moment, I did not believe that you would come to our aid without an ulterior motive. Your ascension makes me wonder if life in the Coronis Expanse is changing in the most unexpected way. Vladame notices Jay standing behind you, and you see his jaw tightening with tension. And what are you doing here? Vladame, you must have thought you were the only one on Footfall who knew how to make friends. Jay shrugs and smirks condescendingly. Told you I'd find a better deal. Ignoring Jay, Vladame pointedly addresses you. I'm sure Lordship has reasons for getting mixed up with a small fry like her. Perhaps you were amused by her false promises of quick profit, or some more intimate aspects of such relationships. In any case, that's none of my business. Just remember that here on Footfall, the truly good deals worthy of your attention can only come from me. Enough chatter, I'm here to do business.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Back to the dock. I did want to double check. Let's get this. Ally dies, then ally gains a stacking corpus conversion effect. Okay. So none of it actually matters. Got it. see if I can't. Alrighty. Actually, I am curious. I still have my old chest piece. So I have 66 wounds with 124 dodge. If I put this on, 62 wounds with 124 dodge. Okay. Any colony. Alright, well, let's see if we can find some. I still need to find Promethium, that way I can build the upgrade so I can get a additional ship. So that will help enormously. Captain, urgent report. We've received an astropathic message from the Regent Aranto Orselio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from Uric 5. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and arrange the return of the Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Orselio the truth, otherwise a conflict with the Navis Nobilite is possible, which, given the current state of the Coronis Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. Tell House Orselio that Cassia is safe and that the Rogue Trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it, Lord Captain, and the astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Orselio will be waiting for you on the capital world, Dargonis. Receiving members of the Navis Nobilite is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. Your Lordship, Master Hermann, succeeded in his escape and has arrived on board. He has almost completed the ritual of harmonization with the rest of the choir, which has given our voices greater strength and cohesion. We have made our preparations and are awaiting your arrival to start the ritual as soon as you give the order. Well, alright. Jump here first. Lord Captain, I keep receiving reports about malfunctions among the various ship systems. This time we are dealing with inexplicable temperature fluctuations. Thermal control failures were observed not only in individual compartments, but even in the soldiers' protective equipment. Several crew members have suffered from burns and frostbite. The tech priests are performing the rites of machine spirits, machine spirit pacification and remain convinced that the issues were caused by the spirit's obstinacy and defiance. Their reports claim the incidents remain well within the scope of expected performance parameters. Over the last few days, complaints about the malfunctioning thermal control have dwindled, but the crew members have started whispering that our vessel is haunted. The tech priest assurances that only the machine spirit's tempers are to blame, are doing nothing to dissuade these ridiculous rumors. Okay. Surely one of these worlds has Promethium on it, right? Flood victims. It appears that a large void ship recently dumped a huge load of junk and faulty parts from orbit. The debris that did not burn up in the atmosphere is now blocking the flow of a mighty river. This dam is causing the river to overflow, flooding the nearby valley. A herd of large hoofed rodents has gathered along the riverbank. If the animals lose their usual habitat, they are doomed. The Lord Captain orders the removal of the space debris from the riverbed. It's a long and laborious process, but the animals will have a chance to survive. It takes many planetary turns and hundreds of crew members to remove the heap of trash and unclog the river, letting the waters flow freely once more. The rodents run back to their pastures without so much as a backwards glance at the people who saved them. How does the world that's like literally on fire not have any Promethium? Son of a bitch. What are the odds these pirates are really dangerous? Oh, fuck it, we'll try.
Triumph awaits us.
Oh, it's just one ship. Okay, we can deal with that.
Commence lance fire. Initiate the barrage. Purify the battlefield. Direct our course. Let the enemy burn. Fire at will. Initiate the barrage. Helm
Nice. Hey, Promethium. Just what I needed. I think one of my contracts is for Promethium, but well, frankly speaking, I want that ship. Because this, like, it is the only thing that makes space combat, like, even kind of okay to deal with. Shield of the Emperor. Plus 5% critical hit chance against pirates. Excellent. And with that done, now I think we can go and visit the Astral Choir. Get that all set.
Onward to victory.
Lord Captain, do you still wish to perform the ritual? Has the selected candidate arrived yet? Master Harriman, assigned to the chapel upon your orders for the purposes of performing the ritual, has almost finished his preparations, Lord Captain. Greetings, Balk von Valencius. I will be honored to serve my savior. Middle-aged striker bows to you passionately. His plump face carries many marks of indulging in all manner of vice. We are about to do something dangerous. You saved me from a life of service that would have been 100 times worse than the cruelest of deaths, and I am indebted to your lordship. If I have to lay down my life to repay that debt, then so be it. Okay, well, let's begin. Choirmaster lets out a deep sigh. Well, you made this choice, Lord Captain. I really didn't want to. I would have loved for there to be another option here, man. As far as I can tell, there isn't one. The temperature inside the chapel is dropping. Every breath turns into a cloud of vapor. The astropath's resonant voices blend together, following the pattern of the melody playing in the hall. Every now and then, muffled moans are heard coming from the thrones of the junior astropaths. You hear an interloping voice in your head, like an echo of a distant echo. Your lordship, I sense strangeness. Non-minds. They do not seem human-like. How strange. They are akin to insects, parasites. I cannot read them, and that is wrong. Look. A dark veil clouds your vision, only to be succeeded by a blinding light a moment later. A great white... damn it, I failed the willpower test. No, I only have 40. Yeah. The great whiteness in the ship with its multitude of minds of which you are one. A shadow of utter nothingness winds its way across the blinding white. The nothingness turns into a beast's fanged mouth, its boundaries spread out as though trying to devour you. Your instincts are screaming, run, run and hide. You hear the choirmaster's voice coming from a distance, but cannot make out a single word. Your gaze slides along an iridescent thread that has crossed the nothingness. Something shining is towering behind it. A golden giant frozen in place like a statue. A sudden jolt of fear distracts you from that image. Your thoughts turn back toward the nothingness and its kaleidoscope of absences. No color, no emotion, no thought. In its furthest depths, there is something crawling. A void peering into the nothingness. Hey! Won the 50-50. Your resolve is firm and your mind and soul unflinching. The nothingness has no power over you. Your eyes follow the thread toward the golden giant. It is not until you get closer that you realize that the radiant image is a lie. The gilt flakes away, and the stately body is twisted out of shape as its limbs grow extra joints, mutilating the marvelous figure. A beastly fanged face with a repulsive worm-like tongue turns to you. Its eyes, burning with nothingness, penetrate your soul, thoughts, secrets, wishes, goals. Nothing is spared as the abomination rummages inside you like a predator gutting its kill. The choirmaster's voice sounds inside your mind. I cannot see them. I cannot read their minds. I cannot see into their lair. I see only images, fragmented and sinister. Forgive me, Lord Captain, but we took this risk in vain. What are we dealing with? Some kind of defensive measure? Sorcery? Not sorcery. Something else. I have never encountered minds like this before. Something about them is wrong. Finish the ritual. Yes, Lord Captain, I will now... The nothingness cackles and croaks. I see you. It assumes a vague shape. A man shriveled by age and infirmity. His eyes alight with an alien purple flame. You have been looking for me. Oh. Don't like that. You sense the attention of something else, something beyond this entity, the ruinous powers. The ritual has made your soul marked as it is by the curse of the warp, more vulnerable than ever before. You can feel the daemons clawing at the thin veil, hungering to reach you. A blind man, clad in green, appears between you and the croaking nothingness, shielding you. What manner of abomination are you? I cannot sense you. You are not of the warp. What is your twisted nature? I cannot sense you either, but I know you. I heard you were going to seek me out. My ears are everywhere. I was ready. The age-worn voice is like a deep wail echoed by a throng of smaller voices. Civilizations and star clusters lie buried at the bottom of the being's pale eyes, which are aflame with hunger. Your mind feels cramped inside your skull, and you can hear the bone creaking. Stop the ritual now. I'm trying. If it can influence me. You are my prey. Shit. Oh. That's not good. Participate in the ritual. Protect the choir master. The fuck is going on? The fuck? Okay, we've got a bunch of ghosts. Hate that. Warp apparitions. Fan-fucking-tastic. Okay. Well, this is gonna be terrible.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Unpleasant. Let's set this in motion.
Oh good, we have snipers. Just what I was hoping for. And I put all my gun people over here, 'cause I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, maybe not. Let's do this. It's fine. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. That works out pretty well, I'd say.
I won't do that. They didn't see that one coming, did you?
When you were soaking up my power... Fuck, let's say it disappeared so quickly. Twisting path.
I will not die in dishonor. I bring mercy and retribution, as honor ordains. I shall not fail.
Well. Shit.
There is only death, yours or mine.
Stop parrying everything. The fuck?
As the tactical imperative dictates.
is
Damn it.
done cannot be
A moving target lives longer. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. I can do that. Incentive.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
I can handle this. Protect me.
Why did that do 1,000,000 damage? Oh dear. Oh, and there's another set of them. Fuck.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
You clearly are outmatched.
Useless as a mentor. Can I, like, see what... Damn it, it just, like, disappears so quickly.
So done.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may.
the tenets. Let your soul be purged. The shadows will see it done.
Running by Nerek override. Vital functions successfully terminated.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
I think that's the first time I've ever used a grenade.
Don't get too cocky.
Got the warp apparition and Thaddeus.
In the
Okay.
name
Kybella,
of House
go.
Orselio, I shall prevail.
As honor ordains. I shall not.
Huh. Well, shit. I don't have a way to get over there. And shit, I'm in melee. That was rude.
My place is at the fore. Indeed. Victory is imminent. I will do my duty.
Okay.
Me?
Oh shit, I think I just hit.
fear
Damn it.
nothing. Fear nothing.
Can I hit just the Spectre? I can.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Did I hit myself somehow? No.
One step ahead.
Cannot use psychic powers. Oh, that's just bullshit.
Trust me.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
I always forget to use that first. No, still worked out.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs. Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky.
Oh, now I can use psychic abilities. Explode. Oh. I see.
Follow my lead. It will be done. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Okay, so it's gonna do this every round with these bastards. Okay. I mean, so far this still isn't that terrible to deal with.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a serf. If I may,
Oh, it activates more than once. Interesting.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
They won't expect this. I said, so done.
Nice. You saved all astropaths during the telepathic ritual. Cool. Lord Captain, we are still alive. The God Emperor has protected us this time, but curses, did I not warn you? The old man shakes his head dolefully. His pale fingers are clutching the aquila adorning his belt. A moment of silence, then words of prayer streamed from his lips in a monotone like a quiet lament, a dirge for the departed, a bitter confession. When he continues speaking, his voice is full of strength. Yet we escaped disaster. The warp did not take our souls, and there are far fewer casualties this time. Master Haramon's assistance was instrumental, your lordship. He was able to not only protect my mortal body, but also to skillfully blend the timbre of his psionic sound into the harmony of the choral. I regret that he was not at my side for the last rite. What in the throne's name just happened? The thing took the shape of an old man and attacked me. I do not know what it is, but it is neither human nor a psyker. It is something else. Its power is foreign and inimical. Inimical? Inimical? I fucking whatever. To me. Like a shadow that obscures the shine of the Immaterium's chaotic energies, I was unable to read the abomination's thoughts, and it seemed to find me no less strange than how strange it was to me. Thus it attacked for any strangeness as a threat. It had clearly been warned that we would be performing a dangerous ritual. That we would be vulnerable. So it sought to sabotage us by attacking my mind, and my mind almost got us all killed. You still managed to discover the evil we were seeking. No, your lordship. Wise shakes his head grimly. The ritual proved incapable of extracting anything of value. The evil chose to reveal itself and attack. Our enemy is confident and bold, and so it did not hide. It struck first, suspiciously brazen. Those things seem to know you. Wise lowers his head further. The insidious spawns thrive on confounding one's reason. They donned the faces of those I once held dear. My apprentices, all of whom perished the previous time I performed this ritual. They have haunted me ever since, in my dreams, in the warp, everywhere. The immaterium abominations who devoured their souls have been tormenting me with shame and regret, and now they have come for my sanity as well. When the choir master speaks of his fallen students, there is lingering pain in his voice. His words reflect more than just a terrible memory. They are heavy with the bitterness of personal loss or of guilt that eats away at its soul. Was that old man a mutant? One of those we were looking for? Even if not, there was nothing more chilling we could have possibly found. An inhuman thing in human form. A true sacrilege against the Emperor. Its mind is strange, like an insect's or a parasite's, but I saw images in the mind of those around it. Currents of energy, a blue glow, the clanging of metal. Could be the plasma drive chambers? That is where I would start searching for signs of corruption. And a worm tormenting a star. Wise touches his cheek, which is smeared with blood and that is trickling from under his blindfold. He uses the blood to sketch a perfunctory image. A many-beamed star with a fat-fanged creature coiled in front of it, resembling either a larva or a serpent. Are you familiar with this symbol? No. It could be the emblem of some cult on this ship, but I seldom leave the chapel, and have never come across it before. I will go to the plasma drive chambers myself, find the old man, and have a conversation with him. The conversation will go, "Oh, hi, I'm here to kill you," and several little sword swings. We sacrificed some of the soundness of our minds to the Immaterium today. I hope it was not in vain, and will help your lordship. He winces in pain. I still cannot believe we survived this. Wise slowly unclenches his hand, and a cloud of frost rises from it, revealing his Aquila, now bound in purple psychic ice. He whispers, "The Immaterium has touched this, the holy symbol of the protector of mankind." He pauses, then adds in a gloomy voice, "I do not know if this symbol of our victory... This is a symbol of our victory over the horrors of the warp, a trophy in battle, or a grim portent left by the wicked spawn of the Sea of Souls." Ice-covered Aquila. What the hell does this thing do? Whenever the wearer suffers a critical hit, the attacker immediately suffers the wearer's willpower bonus warp damage. I guess I'll take it. Nothing can shake your lordship's spirit. May this Aquila bring you good fortune. I will have a new one delivered to me immediately. He looks at the Aquila with sorrow. If only everything that the Immaterium takes from us was so easy to replace. Excellent battle, your lordship. Even the warp's apparitions are no match for you. For now, we'll see.
Let's see this through.
resolve. Support the advance. The Master Tactician. +5 toughness. After a heroic act is used for the very first time in combat, the Master Tactician's next archetype ability will its cost reduced to 0. Comfort in conformity. Coordination. I guess I'll just take hidden advantage. Any of the executioner's damage over time effects. Agony. When the executioner or their party members are suffering from any damage over time effects, these effects deal only 50% of their damage. This pulse stacks multiplicatively. 50% damage if there's one executioner with the talent. Oh, yeah, I'll definitely take that, because then I can pretty much set myself on fire without ever having to worry. Which is really stupid to say out loud, but hilarious. Tensile radius. Allied bounty hunter gains. Yeah, sure. You just go for another one of these. Allies affected by any of the Vanguard's abilities gain plus 5% armor. Critical hits, yeah, just critical hits doing no less damage is always good. Let's see, I took reprieve. Do I want invigorating screams? Increase by 6% for every -10 penalty suffered to armor. I guess I'll do it for now. I mean, it's just really good healing. If I'm at Like, if I'm in a really long-winded fight, it'll probably help out. Alright, so plasma drive chambers. Let's see what we got. Ross, buddy, what kind of insulation is that supposed to be? If you kill us, Matthias will drag me back from beyond the grave just to give an earful. Scrap this and start again. I will double check it. Heinrich Montag. Light from the Infernus Master's eye stick reveals his surprised but amiable expression. Heinrich's lip is split, and a fresh bruise is blossoming on his cheekbone. Lord Captain, didn't expect to see you in this compartment. Are you out on a stroll? Taking in the sights of your domain? The blue glow of plasma is especially striking at this time of the watch. You're the most mawkish Infernus I've ever met, Master Montag. Burly man in coveralls furrows his bushy eyebrows, his sparse hair stands on end. Your lordship, welcome. I'm shift foreman Nige? In charge of this section. If you need anything, I'm here to help. Infernus Master, what exactly are you doing here? I'm carrying out a routine drive inspection. The regulations require scheduled checks to make sure the insulation isn't weakened. The sensors haven't been tampered with, and the reactor isn't about to blow anytime soon, just business as usual. It is strange that the senior officer is conducting the inspection alone. According to the regulations, there should be an entire squad of Inferni, and the personal presence of the Infernus Master is necessary only in emergencies. Heinrich, why are you really here? Found me out, have you? Heinrich gives you a wink and pulls on his eye stick. I'm not really here about the reactor. I heard a rumor that you'd gone to investigate the plasma drive chambers, so I thought I'd make sure everything went smoothly. Your lordship is accustomed to associating with people of your rank, or officers at the very least, but here, this place is home to voidfarers of simple manners whose clan customs may be unfamiliar to you. The voidfarer of simpler manners furrows his brow. Our customs are decent ones, Master Montag. I'd rather boil myself in plasma than let anything happen to the Lord Captain. No offense. I really have no fucking clue how to say this dude's name. Like, N-I-J-E? Nige? Nige. But if you can find even 3 people in this bay who can give me a report without turning the air blue, I'll gladly admit I was wrong. Heinrich grins at the now silent Nige. You're a good bunch. I'd hate to see you insult his lordship with some foolishness and not even realize it. Thank you, Heinrich. Just keeping an eye out, your lordship. Feel free to ask old Nige any questions you may have. He knows the plasma drive chambers like the back of his hand. Shift foreman Nige. That's right, your lordship. If something isn't to your liking, or if you find anything suspicious, come to me at once. Have you ever seen a symbol that looks like a serpent in front of a star? Something keeps daubing it on the equipment and bulkheads. If I find the scoundrels, I'll tear their hands off and send them for servitorization. The shift foreman frowns. Is it some kind of sedition? I didn't know. If you see one of these, let me know. We'll try to find these artists. I've also seen it on some bulkheads, crates, doors. I just assumed it was the mark of some small clan. Many voidsmen mark their workplaces with family symbols. I want to know more about this bay. We are proud of our chambers. Power feeds the ship's main engines from here. There are other drives on the ship, but ours is the mightiest. That's to say, we do the important work. Working with plasma is dangerous, but we have a good crew and not too many incidents. The esteemed tech priests are satisfied with us. The machine spirits are all working as they should. The Inferni don't complain about us either. We fix cracks in the reactor vessel on time, and we fix leaks. Shift foreman, tell me about yourself. What kind of person are you? I'm a voidsman, your lordship. Grew up on Footfall, joined the crew at 14, spent my whole life in this bay. I've raised no family and made no fortune, but I've climbed my way up the ranks. I don't know anything but my trade and this compartment. I am my trade and this compartment, Lord Captain. Infernus Master, the ship foreman and I shall handle this without you. Return to your duties. As your lordship wishes, I might as well carry out a bay inspection then, since I'm here. I won't interfere in your business. I must take my leave. Alrighty.
Let's seize the moment.
Now,
Over there.
the fact they keep mentioning insects, it's like, it's gotta be like gene stealers, right? There's no fucking way it's not. Just make out the faded symbol on one of the tiles, a serpent and a star.
Trap or treasure?
Received, need more.
Now that's interesting.
Improvised Weber. Send the
Let's shift
cache.
forward.
Shift more. Should take a look at it. Steam Tech Priest Deltar, this is unacceptable. For the 10th time you've sent us the same faulty servitors. It's been over 2 weeks and we still can't raise the lift that's stuck between our platforms. Our platform and platform 92M. All because of your servitors. For the love of the throne, decommission these things if you can't fix them. Respectfully, Shift Foreman Nige. Call the cargo lift. Between the platforms, there must be mechanisms capable of powering machine spirit with energy somewhere in the compartment. Turn the servitor.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Stations. Okay, does that do it? Hey! Was there another servitor or something? Or... Oh, or maybe I don't need 3, I need like... Okay, take that one off. Maybe it has something to do with these wires.
Onward to victory. Stay sharp.
Okay, maybe now I turn Servitor or something?
Marching ahead.
Aha! That was wacky as shit, but alright. Range attacks inflict 8 levels of bleeding. Where's area of attack? Where's 6% dodge. Neither of those are too interesting, if I gotta be honest. But we always take more loot. How goes the search, your lordship? There's an old cache hidden under one of the serpent symbols. That's just what we need, more secret stashes. I hope there's nothing forbidden in it. Forgive me, your lordship, but voidsmen are simple folk. I've been trying to wean them off their grubby habits for years. I'll give them anything worth having, and all they want to do is hide it in a hole like a rat. I found this in one of the caches. What is that? Nige's thick eyebrows knit together angrily, and you almost think you see a power charge jolt across them. We've got smugglers on the loose. Who else could be hiding these strange messages? I'll have them all drawn and quartered on the turbine, I will. I'd like to find out what they're smuggling. Show the improvised Weber. I found this in a cache marked with a serpent. Nige holds the weapon as if it's going to bite him, sweat beading on his forehead. Machine sparks shake me. A homemade weapon and assembled right in this compartment. The markings are the same as those on local machine parts. This is a very serious matter. It seems someone is plotting a riot and secretly building their own arsenal from scavenged materials right under our noses. We need to find and capture whoever set up these caches and hit the weapons. Shift foreman shrugged sheepishly. To tell you the truth, I'm no good at hunting rule breakers. It's not what I do. You give the orders and we will do it. We shall set up an ambush near the caches. Sooner or later, someone will come to check on them. If these guys are smart, they'll spot the enforcers near the cache and stay out of sight. And your lordship would be spotted even quicker. Alright, shall we have your people line wait? Shiftmore's voice grows quieter. I just wish I knew who to trust with it. Our villain could be anyone from the Bay Crew. If we pick the wrong person, we'll blow the whole ambush. We need someone from the outside who won't draw attention to themselves. Then we'll use the Inferni. They often carry out inspections here. No one will even suspect them. Hey, Montag, come over here. We need a couple of your braver boys and girls for a job. She smiles and adds more quietly. We need people to keep watch over something, and maybe to break a few noses. Clenching his fists until his knuckles crack, Heinrich resolutely says, "We'll help. I have a couple of people in mind. Tough lads. I'll get them here right away." I'm ready. Let's catch that vermin. Heinrich smirks ominously. He throws the IHO stick butt on the floor and puts it out with his boot. Consider the dirt bag caught, Balk. 5 hours? Jesus! The man kneeling before you has an ungainly build, a stubborn jaw, and a heavy gaze. He looks no different from any other worker in this compartment, except for the tattoo on his forearm. Its design resembling a worm devouring a star. One of the Infernus workers is holding the Weber taken from the prisoner, exactly like the one that was in the cache. The Master-at-Arms regards the Infernus sternly. The weapon, handed over. What you saw, keep it to yourself. She forces out the words through clenched teeth. Your cooperations with the enforcers will be noted. Study the prisoner. The pigment of the tattoo looks fresh, standing out starkly against the color of his skin, which means that it's a very recent addition. You look closely and you notice a pair of scars at the base of his neck, suspiciously reminiscent of an almost healed bite. Who is this man? Shuf Galay. Servant of the Blessed Lath Beta 2 Diligence. Low-ranking worker, easily replaceable. No signs of mutation. Good work, Heinrich. Were any of your people harmed? Thank you, your lordship. Not a scratch on us. He's a piece of work, right enough. But he's no fuel compartment fire. More like a sparking cogitator. Sauerbach glares at him with visible jealousy, but Heinrich just keeps grinning smugly. Address the prisoner. Well, you feel like talking yet? The prisoner gives you a smile of a man condemned and snaps, "I've got nothing to say to you, heretic." Choking with rage, Sauerbach grabs the maul from her belt. She rasps, "Allow me, Lord Captain. Please." Or me. Heinrich's menacing scowl has instantly robbed him of his friendly charm. He'd be happy to oblige. I'm the heretic, am I? Either fear has robbed him of reason, or he has a very skewed perspective. Prisoner jerks as if trying to point at you with his tied hands. You're a false believer, a fake captain. You're leading people into the gloom of heresy, away from salvation. Caspia whispers in mesmerized horror. His soul is pale, almost colorless, but alien hues have seeped in. Unthinkable and insane. They came from without. Calm yourself. Talk to me. And I will not let these people do what they intend to do. The man laughs with contempt and starts chanting, "Tempting are the promises of heretics, but barren is the darkness, cursed void in which they bury the souls of those who trust them." Alrighty. I will oversee this interrogation myself. As you command, although I believe this zealot will require some effort. Questioning fanatics is a long and exhilarating process. Pascal, make this unit comply! Once again, the Lord Captain is doing his subjects' work for them. Dirty, bloody work. Inject him with substances that break the subject's will, but will not melt his brain. The chemical concoction burns the man's mind from within. His muscles twitch, tense to the point of his sinew cracking. A torrent of nightmares born from his subconscious assault his brain, but he cannot even scream. He moans, choking on his own saliva. The man whimpers incoherently, but grits his teeth. Your song, I hear it, I won't break. Not much longer, your lordship. Everyone has their limit. Bonk. Scream of pain eventually gives way to weak-long wails. The man's body lies broken, slashed, cut open, and burnt. His ruptured skin reveals open fractures and torn tendons. His eyes widen in terror at your smallest movement in his direction. Gurgling sob falls from the man's lips. Stop, I'll talk. Sauerback looks at him with a radiant smile. The prisoner is ready to cooperate, your lordship. Yeah, I know, I just beat the shit out of him. Whom do you serve? The cult of the Ravenous Star, the true believers, the righteous, the purest congregation, they who hear the songs of his angel. This angel, is that the old sorcerer who appeared before me and promised my demise? Did he brainwash you all, or is someone else leading you? Old sorcerer, no, the angel is not of the woeful human form. He is splendor. His visage is a divine inspiration of the many-armed emperor. Many-armed. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You, faithless one, were granted the honor of gazing upon the Magus, our good shepherd, our messenger. The captive let out a deranged chuckle. If you beheld the angel, you would scratch your own brain out through your eye sockets, for you would realize the depth of your wickedness before him. Many armed. A deep furrow appears on Sauerback's brow. Blast it, Lord Captain. We are dealing with an extremely dangerous Xenos cult that excels at hiding among humans. What do you know about our enemy? Very little. As per regulations, every Master at Arms passes on special instructions to their successors. Instructions that more resemble disturbing tales. Some of them mention genetic cults, covert clans, cliques, and sects that all share one common trait: Xenos infestation. These things pass themselves off as ordinary people, as rabble or preachers, corrupting new groups. They pray to their unholy idol, which they often refer to as the many-armed emperor. They create ever-growing families and produce offspring, hideous at first, but with each new generation, more and more human in appearance, and then they rise up. Why the many-armed emperor? Their arms, Lord Captain. These Xenos have more arms than normal. They twist and pervert our faith, probably for the sole reason that it gave them blasphemous pleasure. Why do they choose to act among the rabble specifically? The lower decks have plenty of dark corners for the Xenos to lie in wait. Commoners are too dull-witted and spineless to identify the threat before it is too late. And at the same time, they are dull-witted and spineless enough to serve as cannon fodder to be thrown at the cult's enemies when the uprising begins. So you have the greatest opinion of these people. What is their objective? Power? Blood sacrifices to their god? Their end goal is always mutiny. They can prepare for many generations, accumulating weapons and numbers until one day they attack. That day is their day of revelation, the apotheosis of their profane faith. They think that on that day their blasphemous star child will descend from the void and elevate their worshippers. Let us return to interrogating the prisoner. In lieu of answering, Sauerback nods grimly, lost in troubling thoughts. How did the conspirators recruit you? I believed, I found him, I bowed to him. His angel's kin granted me a revelation. It entered my flesh, it let me join the congregation. I felt the snake bite enter through my skin. Its rift evolve into nonsensical muttering. I wish to know everything about your vile cult. We believe in the many-armed emperor, he who waits for his children, cast out into the unknowable abyss. He is kind, merciful, he uproots tyrannies of evil, he sends his angels to the righteous, and angels kin follow. The man lowers his gaze with an expression of surprise. It seems he has described his paltry religion in its entirety. This is a pawn, a mindless tool. He was brainwashed and forced into submission. He is not even a distributor of ideology. He was merely fed the rudiments, and without trusting him with anything important, they sent him out to serve and die. What are you plotting? A mutiny? Death, yours. Even broken, he musters a spiteful sneer. Fake captain. The faithful are already aiming for your heart. I was ordered to stockpile weapons so that when the fateful hour comes, the righteous would not stand unarmed. I wouldn't say that these improvised Webers are that much better than fighting with bare hands, but until we are done with the cleanup, every enforcer will carry a combat knife fit for cutting through nets. Where are you hiding? Where are your leaders? In a sanctuary, a tomb for heretics, a quiet place. The dynastic crypt. The vermin have infiltrated the crypt holding the bodies of the worthiest servants of the dynasty. No one is allowed inside save the Lord Captain's personal retinue. And they dared. But how? The crypt's defenses are impenetrable. I presume our next objective is the Von Valancius dynastic crypt? Yes, your lordship. We must attack now while we still have the element of surprise. I will lead the strike force, but I will require your presence and Confessor Adelbart's help. Fierce machine spirits guard the dead. They won't get an armed troop pass without a direct command from the rogue trader and the ring of the ship's confessor. I'll meet you at the doors. Casting a glance at the prisoner, whispering incoherently under his breath, Sauerbrunn adds offhandedly, "And this vile scum, with your permission, I'll throw out the airlock. I doubt he will be of any further use." Yeah, sure. Toss him. It will be done, your lordship.
Let's see this through.
Okay.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Adelbart, the ship's confessor, solemnly raises his hands above the altar and speaks mournfully. Heed me, O guardian spirits, we have come to punish a great desecration. Heresy has made its lair in the dynastic crypt and disturbed the peace of our honored dead. I beg you to perform the ritual of unsealing and allow us passage. A hand-shaped panel opens in the altar of unsealing. The panel is lined with sharp spikes. Lord Captain, we now require your blood. The crypt will not open without the rogue trader's genetic signature. Alright, let's do this. The panel's mechanical teeth sting your flesh, and you feel your blood trickling down the small ducts into the altars below. Oh, altar's bowels. You hear a click, and the crypt doors open with a piercing creak. Beyond them, you see nothing but darkness. Sacrilege. The hollowed crypt must remain illuminated at all times to drive away the shadows from the place of the ancestors' final repose. This was done on purpose, I'm sure of it. Our coming is expected. Vanguard, provide the Lord Captain with a Luminator servo skull. She gives you a surprisingly easy smile and bows. Take care, your lordship, and watch out for dark corners. Move out for House of Von Valencius. I don't trust these people. I almost feel like this is gonna be a double cross of like they've already gotten to the Enforcers and like the Holy Order. Your lordship, wait, there's been... Heinrich bursts into the anti-compartment and stops short when he sees the open doors and the gloom behind. Damn it, I'm late. I meant to report an act of sabotage. They've cut off the promethium supply to the crypt's lighting. You're walking into an ambush. Whether through darkness or well-lit halls, we're going in. I fear we might be underestimating the enemy. The Enforcers have already done it once. The Infernus Guild would join you in this fight if you would have us. To get inside, the aberrations would have had to make a passage for themselves somewhere in the crypt's perimeter. No one knows the maintenance tunnels better than us. We could find this breach and attack the enemy from the rear. I doubt a few workers armed with axes and torches will make much of a difference, but we would be honored to die in your name. Then arm yourselves properly. A torch seems like a poor weapon indeed. It depends on who's wielding it, Heinrich says with a chuckle, but then his expression darkens. The Infernus Guild is banned from taking up arms. Our clan is branded because our ancestors were rebels. The station where we originally hail from once rose against Lady Theodora's predecessor. The traitors were killed, and the rest of the station was left stranded in the void to die without air or water. Out of those who repented, the rogue trader selected 1,000 who were allowed on board. Those spared people became the Infernus Guild. Repairmen, firefighters, those who bear the brunt of any disaster and are the first to die. That was our penance. It's been centuries, and still we die not just because our duty demands it, but because we atone for what our ancestors did. The Enforcers keep reminding us about it, and if they see an armed Infernus, they'll execute them on the spot. Such was the Lord Captain's will. I hereby remove the brand of shame from the Infernus Guild and permit them to carry weapons. Fight and die for this ship. His eyes widen in astonishment. I never would have dared to ask, your lordship. We will live up to your expectations, I swear it. Those who die today will die smiling, for today is a great day for our people. The Infernus Master and his people leave the hall. The doors of the crypt are open. It is time to step into the darkness. Into the dark. Into the dark.
Venture forth.
This is not gonna go well. Possible escape routes for heretics and enforcers alike. They will not open till... Yeah, okay. which goes a critical hit with a ranged attack. Their next attack cannot, because any target automatically hits and cannot be parried or dodged. It's pretty good, actually. I'll give that to someone.
Stay sharp.
Seneschal.
Marching ahead. Nothing can catch me off guard.
Gives in and something clicks beneath it. Somewhere in the dark, a passage opens.
Keep your senses keen.
Dried saliva is slowly eating through the surface of the monument. I did not like that sound.
Let's seize the moment.
So one of the servitors just got
Onward to
ganked
victory.
pretty immediately. That's not good. River was gone. Fresh pools of blood and embalming fluid dripped down into some deep grooves. Yay! That's great. Old key, Reacher's armor. Different names, isn't it? Okay. This must be like a secret door, which isn't very secret because I guess I needed it to continue. Servo skull beam reveals the lifeless cable of the Aha.
The machine god grants the insight.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Do I have to? Why can't I stay here? Where there are plenty of servitors for things to eat. Here we go. Oh!
That's a whole lot of dudes. And that's a lot of... Oh, wow. This is gonna suck.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the Serfs?
I know what to do. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Oh. Hello there.
Easy. A costly mistake. Done and done. They won't expect this. As said, so that is how it's done.
If I may.
I know what to do.
Okay, go over here.
As said, so done and done.
Oh, these are enemies. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
I defy the outcome. Costly mistake. You are clearly outmatched.
Oh, I see what I'm supposed to do. Okay. I gotta get the dude to basically blow them up. Interesting. Annoying, but interesting. Fuck.
Easy. I said, so done. You clearly are outmatched. They won't expect this.
I am so far off by myself.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved. The
Oh god. No, no, no. You stay over there. Get away from me. Okay, so we can't move very fast. Good. Oh god! They can, though. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm about to get fucking bodied. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's not good. Shit. I went up way too far.
As honor ordains. Trust me. Caught by the web. As the tenant's death is a blessing. I shall not fail. Caught by the web.
Watch my back. You've got a problem? I've got a price. I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done.
Just gonna yoke Kybella out of her fucking mind.
I can do that with the right incentive.
The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains.
Well, I wish I did a little more damage.
I will do my duty. It will be done. At your beck and call. Indeed.
Shit. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Are you kidding me? Fuck.
An offering of blood.
Oh, balls. This is so bad.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Isn't this a job for the as duty demands? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
A dance of blades and shadows. As the
Oh, I should move
tenants
here
demand.
because otherwise the fucking crypt counts as a thing, right?
I shall not fail.
Oh, but I can do this, and that should just insta-kill it. Nice, okay. How many stacks do I have? 1. Shit.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may.
Just as I was taught. Trust me.
That's how it's done.
I would like to move. Why is it not letting me move? The fuck? I'm just not allowed to go this way. Okay, game. That's fun. Okay, if I go... Where can I move then? What the fuck is happening? Why do I have this? Points at the beginning of the round and cannot use... Oh, because I have the fucking net on me! Oh my god, that's so stupid. I think I'm just fucked then, right? Because I'm just stuck in this.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Cool.
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. I can do that with the right incentive.
Victory is imminent.
Okay. So this one goes next in initiative at some point, right?
A tactically sound approach.
Oh, right. Well, now. Fucking finally. Oh, great. They have 10 health. They're all gonna fucking die immediately.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Indeed.
Yep, Jay's dead.
My ears are ringing.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
A broken blade has no use.
Okay, actually, wow, that's a lot of damage. Good job, guys. Just fucking keep shooting shells into his fucking brains. Amazing work. Actually, like, phenomenal. Yeah, well done. Sorry, Jay, you're just fucked. Good luck.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. That is foolishness. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Do not dare ask. Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will leave footprints of Scarlet, as honor ordains.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Oh, they all died.
There are many paths to death, and you chose
Please.
this one?
Oh, I'm gonna lose the game. Abelard, carry me to victory, buddy. Okay, let's see. Unable to change equipment in combat. Fuck.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. It will be done. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay. I can hit there again.
Me? If you insist, direct race, at least.
And then I can drag this.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Abelard, you and I both know that's horseshit, buddy. This is not going well.
I will do my duty. It will be done. Victory is imminent. Indeed.
Only the faithful will ascend.
Fucking, I hate this net, dude.
My heart still beats. If I may. I am a navigator, not a
Victory is not an excuse to shirk one's duty. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. I will do my duty. Someone else can do this. At your beck and call. No matter the cost. Victory is imminent. Indeed. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. Just a minor setback. Victory is imminent. It will be done. Indeed. I've suffered worse.
Fucking stop!
I've suffered worse.
Oh my god, he killed himself with the explosion.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. It will be done. An exemplary strike. Indeed. Victory is imminent. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Abelard is truly just the fucking goat. Oh my god. Holy fucking crap, that was so close. The old man before you resembles a human being with a scaled bony gross going from the bridge of his nose to the top of his bloated, hairless head. The grotesque cheekbones and the black claws on his meaty fingers leave no doubt that this creature is a genetic aberration. He utters in a creaking voice, black spittle spraying from his mouth. You have spilt the blood of the congregation. You have offered the purest of his... You have offended the purest of his chosen children, you heretic. The creature's last words elicit a nervous laugh from the nearby enforcers. The irony of this embodied perversion of the human form accusing you of heresy is not lost on them. The confessor whispers a quiet prayer. The master-at-arms is watching the old man's every move, her lips twisted in contempt. Master-at-arms, report. The Sourback's gaze remains trained on the mutant. You notice deep wounds on her chest and shoulder, but she shows no signs of acknowledging their existence. Strike forces have cleared the side sections of mutants. The freaks fought like madmen, but they could not match the skill of the Von Valancius enforcers. Once victory was secured, our pursuit units made sure that none would escape. Our flamer squads are in the process of purging the crypt. All degenerates confirmed dead. Yokasta Sourback, I pardon the enforcers, their negligence that led to treason endangering the ship. You and your people have proven yourselves. She bows her head respectfully, and her expression relaxes. She responds with a weak smile. Thank you for restoring our honor, Lord Captain. Einrich, I see that you've found the hole through which the mutant scum wormed their way inside. We have. This discovery cost the guild 68 souls. It was crowded in those tunnels. They set monsters on us, but few things can scare someone who has seen a fire in the arsenal bay.
Sauerbeck casts a hostile look at the auto pistol in Einrich's belt, but says nothing. Adalbert, how much of the crypt has been desecrated? The accursed spawn have disrespected the spirits of the dead, but thankfully they did not have enough time to wreak as much destruction as they could have. Many tombs were disrupted, but what is the most outrageous? Adalbert's carefully presents you with a sapphire blue gemstone. They sought to despoil Lady Theodora's urn. After her ladyship's cremation, her ashes were made into this magnificent relic, an example of resilience and purity. One of the heretics dared to lay claim to it. Abelard stares at the gem with a crestfallen expression. His lip twitches as if he is struggling against a new wave of grief, or else enraged at the thought of someone so heinously violating Theodora's rest. He forces himself to look away without saying a word. Do all rogue traders have their remains turned into gemstones? No, not all. Oh, not at all. Tradition demands that the Lord Captain's body be burned so that no one can use samples of their tissue or blood to gain access to the ship's systems that require the rogue trader's genetic imprint. Lady Theodora herself once voiced her desire to be turned into a stone. Return the relic to Lady Theodora's urn. I will perform the ritual and pray in hopes of easing Lady Theodora's anger. The ashes of the other eminent dead, whose rest was disturbed, will be transferred to the reliquary chapel. Rites of redemption will be held day and night. Thousands of the ship's crew will be allowed to kneel before the relics and pray for the Lord Captain's health and the dynasty's prosperity. Well then, let's see what the ringleader has to say. You shall perish in the cold void. Your heart shall beat its last under the light of of uncaring stars. Your lungs shall become trees of ice within your chest. You will never receive the grace of the many-armed emperor. The old man's curse after curse down upon you with spiteful satisfaction. Nudge one of his wounds with the toe of your boot. It was... the old man doubles over, but it is not pain or fear, but burning hatred that contorts his face. Go on, torture me. I'll endure it all. My time may be up, but you are all doomed. I will gladly spit the words of truth in your face, and they will burn you like acid. In death I will ascend to the hosts of pure voices, and I will await the day when you will pay for the shed blood of his children. It was you I saw in that vision. Are you the leader of this spawn? The mutant erupts in wet, slurping laughter. I am the herder of the pure. The many-armed emperor has blessed my mind with the ability to behold him, and I guided his children, until you came and slaughtered us, heretic. Their loathsome tribe has spawned a sorcerer. Sauerback grimaces in disgust, no doubt to help them brainwash more victims and swell the cult's ranks. Why did you make your lair here in the crypt? None wander in here. We were free to offer our prayers without fear of discovery, and the sight of dead heretics was pleasing. Trampling your bones was a righteous act. That is why I ordered the pure to sunder the walls of your bone vault and make this place a sanctuary for the congregation. He sneers. The malice alight in the abomination's eyes leave no doubt. The barrier could have stopped him, intent as he was on committing sacrilege. Now I see why so many inspectors in the adjacent compartments have had accidents. Are there more of you freaks on board? Where do you even come from? 40 years ago, the profaner Theodora, the false sovereign, stopped at the trade outpost Hiriak's Rim to replenish her crew. The outpost had long served as a bastion of the pure. My brother and I were chosen to embark on her ship and prepare it for the coming of the many-armed emperor. This uprising against your godless dominion has been many years in the making. You notice that the crypt looks surprisingly undefiled even after all these years. The heretics could have turned it into a conceivable nightmare. Yet the signs of corruption are few and localized here. Hiriak's Rim, the cesspool Abomination must be burned. Who knows how many ships they have infected over the decades? What are you? Are you mutants or Xenos? His face becomes a gloating grimace. We are the pure, we are the congregation, children of the many emperor. The genetic perfection of existence you will never understand. You are of inferior flesh, your genes are woven from feebleness and misery. We are the new curve of the spiral. We are one, and thus we are strong. Okay, I've had enough. Hang this dude. The man's face twists in rage, and his milky eyes bulge. He hisses, "The many-armed emperor cometh. The true God shall avenge us, and when he does, I will laugh." His string of doomsaying is silenced by a kick from the Master-at-Arms. Eat shit, puss boy. Oh wow, they are. That is quite the imagery there. I'll just put willpower. Oh, right, that's because I have this going on, right? Yeah, okay. It's like, I have 20 strength? The fuck? Oh, but even without that, all I have is like 40, normally. So... I'll just take weapon skill. And more Medicae. Oh wow, that's pretty good.
Stay sharp.
That was a really tough boss fight, though. Like, I was way too confident about that. I almost fucked it up real bad. So now I just need to blow up their gross little place that they're in. Alright. Well, with that done, I think I'm going to call it for this session. It ran a little bit over, but I wanted to at least finish the boss fight and all the stuff going on after the fact. But, yeah. Thank God for them shotgun boys. They saved my ass in the amount of damage they helped do. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks for watching, everyone, and have a fantastic night.